Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Delecchia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Jim McKay. Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. It is 6:16 p.m. and with a quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We will now be moving on to our next agenda item, our opening ceremony with our Pledge of Allegiance. Now, before we stand, I want to introduce who will be leading us tonight on video. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Leanna Kim of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School is going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Cadet Kim is a freshman and first-year cadet. She is an active member of the Lone Star Company's physical fitness, color guard, and armed drill teams. She is a community volunteer and dedicates time cleaning at the Veterans Memorial Park through the city's Adopt a Park program. Cadets Kim's loyalty, reliability, patriotism, and exceptional performance of duty resulted in her selection as the Lone Star Company's Cadet of the Month for August 2021. Cadet Kim's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, her school, and the district. Well done, and thank you, Cadet Kim. If y'all all please stand now.
Will you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda I'm so excited about. It is our recognition spotlight on learning from Grandview Hills Elementary. So if y'all want to come on up.
Good evening, and thank you so much for inviting us here tonight. I'm Kathy Jakey. I get to be the principal at Grandview Hills.
I'm Erin Carroll, and I am the IB PYP coordinator at Grandview Hills.
I'm Kristen Britt. I get to be the AP at Grandview Hills.
I'm Jen Burdett. I'm the instructional coach.
And last but definitely not least, I'm Belinda Wells, and I get to be the Quest teacher at Grandview Hills.
All right, Grandview Hills is an IB World School where our students take action and find their voice. From the time our students are in kindergarten, we have a consistent message of service, and we encourage their voice and their choice. We involve the students as often as we can in the function and everyday life of Grandview Hills. In fact, they were pivotal in crafting our vision for the building, and when it came down to selecting our vision, our whole student body voted on the choice that they felt fit us best. Our students also, at the end of last year, spearheaded a mural project. The mural project you will see tonight because our students worked with an artist and they really crafted for each letter what they felt the essence of Grandview Hills was. It was a kid venture from beginning to end, and For us, it was the perfect end to a pandemic year that brought all of our virtual and our in-person learners together to make something beautiful out of heartache. As we grow student passions, in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, they begin to have the confidence to really start to take action and make a difference in the world. Tonight, we are going to show you some of the ways that our kids, and in some instances with no adult prompting, are changing the world. But first, let us tell you just a little bit about Grandview Hills and our IB World School program.
The IB Primary Years Program, also known as the PYP, is all about helping students develop a better understanding of the world around them. The program encourages students around the world to become active, compassionate, and lifelong learners who thrive and want to make a difference. Our Grandview Hills students learn what this means by embodying the learner profile, which is the heart of the whole IB program. The learner profile includes the 10 attributes that all of our students leave the program with, and it directly links to our new Leander ISD graduate profile. Our students show every day what it means to be principled, an inquirer, a risk taker, to be open-minded, to be a great communicator, to care for others and the world around them, to be balanced, reflective about their actions and learning, to be thinkers and knowledgeable about their passions. This is the learner profile. This is what it means to be IB. This is what you will see carried throughout our video. This is an example of one of our learner profiles, balanced. We take an approach that you'll see in the video where we look at what these mean at a personal, a local, and a global level. What you see here are the key elements of the Primary Years program. The key concepts, the learner profile attributes, approaches to learning and teaching, knowledge of the transdisciplinary themes that are connected to our EUS, agency, and action. This is how we build our conceptually based, inquiry-focused journey that allows for our Grandview students to better understand the world around them and take action on the passions that drive their inquiry and their thinking.
This picture of an egg to an eagle soaring from the nest represents the growth our students make over the years at Grandview Hills. As a gardener, I hold my seeds for the upcoming season, and I think endless potential. As an educator, I look at our students and I see the same, endless potential. We are given the great honor to give them what they need, cultivate the soil, nourish, teach, and release. At Grandview Hills, we scaffold what it means to be an IB kid, starting in our early learning programs. At every level, we foster inquiry, create authentic experiences for our learners to find their spark, their purpose, and their passions. We teach the communication, the social, and the research skills necessary to take action. You will see in the video, our Eagles use student agency, which we define as voice, choice, and ownership, to show their peers, their teachers, their families, and our community members they're ready to leave the nest in 5th grade with the culmination of the PYP program, the 5th grade exhibition.
I want to share with you about how our students develop knowledge in our program at Grandview Hills. Students explore our Leander ISD essential units of study through our transdisciplinary units of inquiry. These 6 IB units of inquiry spiral through each grade level. And they are who we are, which is an inquiry into what it means to be human; where we are in place and time, which challenges students to take journeys and make discoveries from local and global perspectives; how we express ourselves explores the ways we reflect our cultures, feelings, and values and beliefs; how the world works is an investigation in the natural world and its laws; how we organize ourselves is a dive into the interconnectedness of systems and environments; and our last unit is Sharing the Planet, which invites students to think about the rights and responsibilities of all living things. You will see in our video that our students learn concepts in our transdisciplinary units and then take action in different ways. They may take action through participation, where they contribute as an individual or group, as an advocate, which is an action to support change, through social justice, which is bringing awareness to rights, equality, and well-being, through entrepreneurship, which Ms. Wells will tell you more about in a moment, and thinking and through making lifestyle choices that show what they are learning and how that has impacted their lives.
Okay, you guys just look so official. The VI are the first two letters of the view in the Grandview that exist at Grandview Hills. As PYP World students, the global view of challenges we face as caretakers of our planet and each other is built upon the global goals. These Sustainable Development Goals are the blueprint set forth by the United Nations to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. We use those 17 UN Global Goals alongside the curriculum from Fresh Inc. and our IBPYP curriculum as the vehicles to spark our students' passions and to meaningfully infuse the academic skills of reading, writing, math, social studies, science, and of course creativity in an authentic, relevant way. Each year, we are the fortunate, awestruck audience watching our kid entrepreneurs become invested in social action or product development during our exhibition pitch days. They, our kids, our eagles, are truly offering solutions to global issues. Yes, no doubt, our eagles are making a difference in their world.
From our PTA community who wear t-shirts that read, "Everybody is somebody" at Grandview Hills, to our earliest learners who have the theme for the year, "We are the same and we are different," the message at Grandview Hills is clear. We are here to nurture, support, and grow the whole child. So what does that look like? It looks like 15 minutes of daily mindfulness and social emotional learning at the start of every day for every class. It looks like relational practices in the form of relate breaks and our morning announcements created by kids. It looks like a Zen den, a little nook filled with library books for small groups, individual students, or classes who want a relaxing place to read or regroup. And it looks like a mindfulness courtyard. It looks like a mindfulness courtyard where you will find teachers lunch bunching with students. You'll find our fifth graders participating in class read-alouds. You'll see our counselors playing and talking with students while playing in the sand. You'll see students walking the labyrinth with a question in their head: what do I want to be remembered for when I leave Grandview Hills? You'll see friends watering mint and taking care of the space, because we all know if we take care of the space will take care of us. We grow, we nurture, we celebrate all that makes up each and every Grandview Hills Eagle. The top of the E has the musical notes "Ode to Joy." That's the perfect way to capture how we feel about the whole child. We are grateful for every part of every single one of our students.
The last letter of Grandview is W. And this letter, I love it because it represents all of our kids. The hands show that the most important part and the center of our universe are our students. They are the heart of what we do. We just give them the soil to grow what's in their hearts and what's in their minds. We encourage them to find their passion and to let that passion lead to good work that'll make a difference in our world. What we have found interesting is that if we let our students follow their passion, then reading, writing, math become just the tools that they need to follow their dream. So much more relevant and authentic than academics for academics' sake. We want you to see our students firsthand, and so we do have a video. I want to give credit to Erin Bartley. She is our library media specialist, and she has put this video together with our kids. I think, Erin, you did an interview. There's been several people, but Erin, man, she made it all come together. So thank you, Erin Bartley, and enjoy our video.
Grandview Hills Elementary is an IB World School. We begin our day with some mindfulness and by thinking about our learner profile attributes. Here is a third grade class thinking and talking about what it means to be open-minded.
Minded too, right, Alice?
So like we've talked about before, we need to be open-minded to other things and not just stick to one thing.
And I liked that this one has the personal level, right? Our local level, which is like our classroom, our school, our community, and our global, because the whole idea of being an IB learner is to be a global thinker, a global citizen. Excellent. Evie.
At Grandview Hills Elementary, we value student voice, choice, and agency. And that's what we did when we developed with our students our revised vision statement.
Grandview Hills Eagles are the first community of problem solvers. Confident and compassionate. As global thinkers, we inspire and empower to succeed by embracing excellence.
The culminating experience of the IB elementary program is the fifth grade exhibition, and it is amazing to see how our students take what they've learned about being global thinkers and turning it into real-world solutions to global problems. At Grandview Hills, we connect this experience to what our students are learning in Fresh Ink about entrepreneurship. Students work together to create a product or a service related to a United Nations Sustainable Development Goal or the global goals. What you're going to see is a pitch for one of those services.
Simple problem. People don't have enough money for food. This global goal connects to poverty, and people in poverty that don't have enough money to buy food, which leads to the global goal zero hunger.
What's world hunger? The problem. World hunger is a threat to our world, and if fewer people were hungry, everything would be better. It is making things hard for people. If they don't have enough money to buy food, then their daily life is not quality. So, how is it our job to end this terrible problem?
Well, here's the solution. In ZH Delivery, we are a nonprofit organization. People can sign up on our website to get inexpensive food. They enter some details, and then we deliver a week's worth of food, and then go back the following week. For those who don't have access to technology, we donate to homeless shelters and food drives as well. In the future, we hope to start a volunteer program. If we can achieve this goal, more people can get access to food. But how do we get our food? All funds and purchases go towards our deliveries. Also, there's a donation link on our website where people can donate money, as well as all of our past purchases. Every penny helps.
Here is the ZH Delivery website. Here's our home and here's our mission page. We also have a sign up page and we have a donation page. The donation page is where you can donate to help us give food to people in need. We have a help center and a team members page too.
Sometimes our students take action on their own. Here are just a couple of things that have popped up this school year just from student passion.
Hello, my name is Saga, and I made a fruit tree fundraiser, and I'm going to tell you why.
So what problem did you see, Saga?
Well, our earth is being damaged. The rainforest is being chopped down. Our ocean floor is being damaged. Oxygen level is going down from trees, and we need to fix that.
Oh, so what kind of action did you take to help our Earth?
I came up with an idea to do a fruit tree fundraiser so we can sell fruit trees. And fruit trees won't only help the environment, but it will help us. We will be able to grow our own food and it will be sustainable.
Love it. So you started a fundraiser here at our school, right?
Yes.
And what do you hope happens after the fundraiser here?
It can go to other schools and lead into a big thing. And so our whole world will be sustainable and able to grow its own food.
Hi, Eagles. I'm Sarah.
I'm June.
And I'm Charlotte.
We're the Safari Savers team. And so we're going to be telling you about how Safari Savers came to be. So Safari Savers all started with me realizing that after COVID hit, the Cincinnati Zoo, which my great aunt and great uncle work at, they were having trouble giving their animals the things that they needed. And so I raised $100 selling like geodes, painted rocks, and things like that. And I donated $100 to the Cincinnati Zoo. And then I realized that I could do more than that. And so
it became like in our school. And then Charlotte had the idea of making posters. So then everybody started making posters. And now we are hoping to make it global someday. And yeah.
Well, how it formed into a school thing is I told a couple of my friends about it, which are them, and it ended up, they ended up telling other people, and then the people they told more people, and now we have a group of 17 kids, I believe.
Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing, thank you for letting us share our story about all the great things that are happening at Grandview Hills. Another great thing about Grandview Hills is our amazing PTA, and they have provided t-shirts for all of you this evening. There's also some documents that support our program, and that's our presentation for tonight. Thank you again, and we're here if you have any questions.
So thank you all for spending 20 minutes to talk about what learning is going on in the classroom. We get to see it sometimes, trustees, when we're out there in the classroom, but thank you all for bringing it here and showing it to us too, keeping us all centered on what we're doing it for. So thank y'all so much. We appreciate it. Thank y'all. All right, we will now move on to our citizens' comment portion of the agenda. For our citizens joining us online, thank you for watching. For those of you who are in the room and signed up to speak, please note that there are other ways that you can communicate with the board, but this agenda item is time set aside for us during this meeting to hear from you, our community. Thank y'all for being here tonight. We are restricted in ways we can interact with you during this portion of our meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board should not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that's not on the posted agenda. Therefore, please note that this format is not a conversation, so it's not going to be a back and forth discussion. If you do want that, please note the Board of Trustees will be having their listening session on October 19th, so be looking for our website for information to sign up for that. We'll ask that your comments do respect the limitation for tonight, that we won't be having a back and forth conversation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I will sum up by saying we'll encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask the audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be not outbursts or verbal demonstrations during citizen comments. Administration, as well as our officers, have been empowered to identify a person if a warning is required, but the order for this evening is I'm going to call your number. You'll have reasonable time to make your way up to the podium, and each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. It is my intention that we respect and honor each speaker's time, so please remember to conclude your last word when you hear that chime, all right? Remember to press your button to speak and to speak up here to the board when you start. We will start with speaker number 1. Good evening.
Good evening, trustees, Mr. Superintendent. I'm going to continue tonight with the same thing that I started with last week in our meeting, that I disagree. And today in our world, in our country, when you disagree, you're labeled as a terrorist. It's happening in our country, Attorney General, and it's happening here also on the board, is we're being treated like terrorists because we come here to say we disagree. I've really come to address item number 8B2, which is your proposal for your new board operating procedure. In this procedure, there are things that, as I read through it, they cause a lot of concern. I want to cover several of them. First, in the introduction paragraph, you talk about several times about trying to develop a shared vision. That vision does not appear to include any of the parents, because the things that you're trying to develop and the direction you're trying to take the district in you don't seem to care about what a large part of the parents think. The next area, sections 5I2 and 5I3, two really important things here. The optics that you portray when you cut our time back to 2 minutes is that you don't really care what we say. You'd really prefer that we don't come here. 3 minutes is, like tonight, 3 minutes is really hard to get any substance in a discussion, and you don't appear to care about any substance that we have to present. Also, the time for registration for comments presents a hardship on a lot of people. 8 o'clock in the morning is a very difficult time, and I think you know that, but you're trying to discourage us from, The last point is item 5I2. The fifth sentence in that paragraph, 5I210, I'm going to read it verbatim. It says, all individuals attending meetings are expected to comply with applicable guidelines from the district regarding emergency procedures and or in accordance with executive orders issued by duly authorized local, state, and or federal authorities. My concern with that is you've got to be consistent. You've got to, if you put these out, you also have to follow them, which you've demonstrated. I've mentioned before, you don't seem to care about state law. You go on your own and you don't really care about that. Also, you put restrictions on us. Apparently we're terrorists because we're not allowed to come in here with any kind of bags, but half the room's got bags. We see these things, and if you are really interested in trying to mend separations and gain trust, you've got to be transparent and honor your commitments. I disagree and think you should not approve this item.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 2.
I'm going to be reading an email that I sent to Dr. Gearing that I did not receive a response on. I recently became aware of the required reading materials for high schoolers. I also spoke with my daughter, who is a student at Glenn High School. I am extremely concerned about the books our children are reading in their English classes. These books discuss in detail sexual situations, rape, drug use, child rape, cutting, and more. Please tell me why the district made the decision to expose our children to such filth, for lack of a better word. Our children are basically being exposed to pornography. Also, did you not think about how these books might trigger certain thoughts and emotions? Have you considered the increase of anxiety, depression, suicide, cutting, and rape in high school? Perhaps it may have to do with the seeds that are being planted through these books. My daughter even noted how insensitive it is to have a student who may suffer from cutting read about it. These books offer no growth or help in dealing with difficult situations. Instead, they glorify it. I am currently researching the laws on exposing minors to pornographic reading materials. I highly suggest you remove all books from schools immediately, or you may be held accountable for influencing students to harm themselves or others. See books on current reading lists. What We Saw, Read at the Bone. My daughter is having to read this in her class. As someone who has been a victim of abuse, certain parts of this book will trigger certain things within her. The Handmaid's Tale. Uglies. Beneath a Meth Moon. Who suggested and approved this disgusting book? Why do our kids need to be exposed to drugs and child rape? Read some sections of these books to your kids, then tell me you're okay with them being on the list. Why not have our children read books about growth and self-development? That is truly what they need as future leaders. And this email, by the way, was sent October 30th, 2020. So this book issue is not a new thing. We've been dealing with it for a year now, but I'm going to switch gears real quick and talk about an incident that I hope you guys are aware of that happened at Glenn High School between two male students that were filmed giving each other oral sex, and the video was then sent around the school to students. My question is, where was the campus behavior coordinator? Where was the school resource officer? The fact that students are having sex in public bathrooms is proof that they have no concept of a mature sexual relationship, and these books teach them nothing about it. It is also proof that there is a lack of self-worth and self-value that needs to be taught to our students. From what I have learned from my daughter, it is widely known that students have sex regularly in the bathrooms at Glenn High School. Why is this being allowed? It is time for some of you on the board to stop patting yourselves on the back and take off your rosy-colored glasses and look around, because we have a serious problem in our district, and it's much bigger than books. Enough is enough.
Thank you. Speaker number 3.
Hello, trustees and Dr. Gearing. I'm here as an employee and community member. I'm here to support our school board and the trust that we have put in them. When the community voted these members onto the school board, we entrusted them with important decisions. That's why I support the appointment of a new school board member. Our voices were heard in the most recent election, and they will be heard again in November 2022, which is fast approaching. Furthermore, the board appointment tonight is the most fiscally responsible choice for our district. In my experience in the classroom through these past few years, we need to be spending our funds responsibly on additional staff or raises for those who are staying and working through the day-to-day stress of covering for others and coping with student trauma through a pandemic. Finally, you'll notice that I'm not going over my time to speak because I'm a Reed Roadrunner. I will be safe and kind. I will be respectful. I will be responsible. And I will lead by example. Soy un correcaminos de Reed. Seré seguro y amable. Seré respetuoso. Seré responsable. Seré un ejemplo a seguir. Gracias. Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker 3. Speaker number 4. Yes, Speaker number 5. Do we have a Speaker 5? No, we kind of sped up there for a bit, threw everybody off. All right, we'll go for Speaker number 6.
I'm going to start with an object lesson. We're going to imagine this bucket is sitting over at Milburn Park. And it's been sitting there this whole last year through the winter storm that we had. And it's been filled with all sorts of mud and dirt and leaves and pop cans and who knows what else in this last year. It's full and it's disgusting. And there's a group of parents that have gotten together and they decided that they're going to do a community cleanup. And so they've gone over to the park and they're looking at all the different things that need to be taken care of. And they see this bucket sitting under a bush. And so they're all standing around and they're looking at it and it stinks. It's horrific what it looks like and what it smells like. And one of the parents kicks it and all the parents jump back because it's disgusting and they do not want this to get on top of them. And one of the brave parents reaches in and she pulls out a dildo and she's like, shoot, where did this come from? And then another parent's digging in there and they pull out this ABC book and they're like, shoot, how did this get in here? Like, who brought this in here? This is disgusting. And it's been in here all year. And then there's another parent that pulls out the Lawn Boy book and they're like, oh my gosh, what is in this book? This is disgusting. This is horrific. And then there's a parent that reaches in and there's a piece of notebook paper and it's the story about a girl that was beaten in the head by one of her classmates and then sent back in there to walk the halls 2 days later, or whatever the complete details are. That's the story that we heard last week. My daughter goes to Cedar Park Middle School, and I've told my husband she can't go to the community park by herself because who knows what's in this disgusting bucket. Last week when I left the meeting, I had 2 people from 2 different parts of the United States message me and say, I was watching one of those school board meetings and they were talking about stuff that was happening in Texas and I sure hope that that's not in your school. And so I went back and I looked at the video. I'm like, the lady that was talking was referencing our school board. And I was sitting next to the lady who was doing the talking in the school board meeting. So yes, unfortunately, our school board and all that's been happening has been going across our nation. And it's fortunate and it's unfortunate at the same time. I just want to mention that the secret sins can only stay hidden for so long. There's gonna be exposure. As a quick point of reference for public awareness, an indictment versus a sealed indictment as defined. An indictment is that the court seals means an indictment is kept secret from the public eye until a specified time. A sealed indictment implies that no individual can disclose the existence or contents of the indictment. Up to 99 people can be named in one indictment. A sealed indictment works the same as an
Thank you, speaker number 6. Speaker number 7. Speaker number 8.
For old time's sakes, I brought my Mountain Dew with me. So appointing somebody does make a lot of sense, right? It's the most fiscally conservative thing to do. The problem that we face is that our community doesn't trust the board. Therefore, they want the board to spend a lot of money so that they can have a hand in it. What that tells me is that the community feels like they're not being taken along for the ride. They're not being taken along for the ride because, as I've noticed, I mean, I sent an email to the entire board. I received one response, one actual response. Thank you, Aaron. The community is divided. We all know that. People are coming up here. They're talking about the books. They're from the far left. They're from the far right. The board owns the books, and the board has the ability to issue a resolution. This is where the board gets involved and says, here is our non-negotiables. Here's how the board sets vision for the district when it comes to our language arts program. You can do that by resolution. When you don't do that by resolution, what happens is the left and the right are mad at everybody else, everybody who's but a cog in the system. Is it the teachers that have gone rogue? Is it our curriculum department that has gone rogue? Is it the conservative Christians? Is it the far left? No, it's the board. The board owns this and says, here's what we say is acceptable, and here's what we say is not acceptable. When you do that, everybody out here can be mad at the board and not at each other, and we start bringing the community together. So something to consider. Bruce, I'm very grateful that you have finally sold your house and that you're going to move into the district after 2 years. Public record, this isn't insider baseball, this is public record. Bought the house for $420,000, sold it for $960,000, a $540,000 profit, and you want the $15,000 from the board to help with moving. The honorable thing would have been to return that after the end of the first year when it was clear that you weren't going to move your family. I'm disappointed personally about that. Anyway, I will be back every so often as these things crop up. Please don't think this is a personal attack. I consider you my colleagues, if not friends in many cases. I'm just changing where I bring this from. I can't sit up there and have these kind of conversations and say, will you just take a stand? Will you just speak to the community and say, no, lawn boy is not acceptable and here's why. Everybody's line is different. Somebody has to stand up and say, this is acceptable and this is not. And that somebody has to be this board as a body corporate. Until you issue a resolution to do that, this is going to continue. We're not going to get anywhere. It's time somebody stand up and do the hard leadership stuff, right? So, thanks.
Thank you. Speaker number 8, speaker number 9.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Gearing. I'm coming before you tonight to implore you to enact the 22-23 school year auxiliary market scale adjustment as soon as possible. Child nutrition needs you to do something now to help our department. We are losing seasoned employees daily to competitive pay and benefits offered in our current job market. Leander ISD needs to improve its market competitiveness in order to keep our valuable employees and attract quality candidates to the backbone of Leander ISD, support services. When schools closed down and there was a food uncertainty in our community, we were there, serving thousands of meals to anyone 18 and younger. We continued seamlessly into summer feeding. Once again, we fed and invested in our community. Last school year, I was proud to move to the brand new Danielson Middle School, where we continued to invest in our community, eventually providing not only food inside our cafes for the returning students, but an entire week's worth of food to every member of every family under the age of 18. During last year, we had unprecedented weather and experienced snowvid. Our team came in on Saturday to ensure that we had food to distribute on Monday and Tuesday. Spring break, we invested once again by serving thousands of meals to our community. I know most of you know about these things because you were there, helping direct traffic and showing your investment in our community. Last week, it was mentioned that we are operating at a 41% employment deficit at Child Nutrition Services, and that doesn't sound as bad as June's 59% vacancies. But what you haven't heard about is how we are providing meals to double the amount of students before COVID in some of our schools with 41% less staff. My staff of 6 at Danielson Middle School serve between 350 to 400 breakfasts and over 700 lunches daily. We need your help and your investment now. Please consider compensating me and my coworkers for our continued investment in our community by approving auxiliary employment retention bonuses and expediting approval of the 22-23 auxiliary market scale adjustment with a starting base pay of $15 per hour, which is a barely livable wage for all CNS employees. Thank you for your time and your attention to the urgency of this matter.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 10.
Thank you all for choosing to appoint a new board member. A friend sent me a tweet today and it reminded me that before deciding if someone should have a specific power, you should imagine the people you hate the most with that power, because at some point, they or someone as bad as them might be in charge. So as you appoint a new board member, I'd like you to think of someone who, even in their worst moments, are here for students, for teachers, and for our families. Think of educators who understand the system that we're in. Choose a person with a strong support system, because as you all know, this volunteer position is not for the weak. Choose a person who actually reads books, or at least someone who can read the policy and understand how to challenge a book. Maybe someone who reads peer-reviewed science might not be so bad either. Find someone who holds themselves accountable and holds this board accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 10. We now need speaker number 11.
Okay, I come to you tonight very disappointed once again. There is always talk of civility, unity, transparency, and trust, but then your actions show different. How does changing times that people can sign up to speak help out the community? And how does taking away a full minute from the time that citizens can speak help out the community? This is the only time some of us see you face to face, and besides that, most of you don't even answer emails or phone calls. So again, I ask you, how can citizens be heard if the board is only actively pursuing common ground with one side? Each of you sow deeper division every step you take to ignore parents like me. Then the president of the board, Trish Bode, is asking to have full authority on what is put on the agenda and what is not. No one should ever have this much power. This doesn't show trust or transparency. This shows that the board has absolutely no interest in healing the broken trust you guys have created. Bottom line is we have lost total, complete trust in all of you because you say one thing and do the complete opposite. I am sure you sincerely think that changing policies will heal this deeply scarred community, but you're wrong. How does placing citizens in a corner when they speak, how is that healing? It's not. It actually shows that you're trying to control the narrative. You don't want people to see the truth in the audience. Parents are mad and upset, and your solution to calm the storm is to make more rules which hinder parents from speaking out. I'll state this again, we're not backing down.
All right. Thank you, speaker number 11. Speaker number 12.
Good evening, Dr. Gearing and Board of Trustees. I'm a mom of 2 students in the Leander School District, and I'm very proud of the education they're receiving. Tonight, I just want to say quickly that I respect you and I'm grateful for all you do for our district. I trust your decision to fill the board vacancy through appointment. Because of the suddenness of this vacancy, I feel it is appropriate to fill this place as quickly as possible. I have no doubt you will choose someone who upholds the values and integrity of our schools. My only request is that while making this choice, please consider teachers. Teachers need support, and right now, many aren't feeling it. The reasons for this are debatable, but the bottom line is teachers are the backbone of our schools, and if the backbone isn't strong, the whole body crumbles. I'm concerned we are losing very valuable talent and experience, and our community deserves and needs teachers who know they are valued and supported. So please consider these thoughts in your decision, and again, thank you for continuing to show up for our kids.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 13.
Good evening. I recently started getting interested in school board meetings because of the COVID pandemic and my concern for my family's well-being. I am not an advocate for mandates, although it is tempting, but I am very grateful for everything that is being done to help keep our families safe and healthy during these difficult times. I hope the new board member will be an inspiration to us all. As I watched our district's board meetings, I realized that there are some ideas, books, being promoted in our schools that I do not appreciate. Nor can I appreciate the behaviors I am seeing in our school board meetings across our nation. My hope as a fellow American is that we would all take a stand against injustice, disease, famine, and war, or conflict, in hope of encouraging a civil and safe community for all of us to live in. With that being said, I would like to exhort our school board to move away from teaching personal ideologies that pertain to such as politics, religion, race, and/or sexual preference, as promoting such as these only inspires conflict in our community. We are a diverse nation with many cultures and beliefs. We must live as our conscience allows so that we can learn by experience from the consequences of our mistakes. I have learned much in personal study, but much more from my mistakes. I have learned that it is far better to exhibit loving tolerance of each other's beliefs without compromising our own. That is the message I hope to teach the children in our home, and I warn our members of those who may teach otherwise. I understand that by the time they finish junior high, they will be making their own decisions based on their own personal beliefs. I must say that it is difficult to maintain loving character while others are trying to cram their personal beliefs or ideologies down my throat. It is difficult, but not impossible. For decades, American public schools have been used as a tool to indoctrinate our children one way or another. I would like to encourage you not to continue in this fashion, as it will only create undesirable results, namely conflict. I would like to exhort you to focus entirely, as possible, on providing our children with the skills they need to survive independently as possible in a highly competitive capitalist world. Taxes, inflation, and deficit are only going to rise in the foreseeable future. If we are going to teach history, let's teach all of it, not just that which is written by the winners of wars, but both the stronger and the weaker sides of it. If we are going to teach sex education, let's teach our children how not to get pregnant or get someone else pregnant until they are physically, emotionally, and financially prepared to raise children. Let's learn to work together as independents with the goal of providing a glorious future for our up-and-coming and most precious generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 14.
Madam President, trustees, and Dr. Gehring, thank you again for continuing to listen to your constituents during citizen comments each meeting. My name is Stephanie, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm here representing myself. I am not representing any other organization. I also want to thank you for making the fiscally responsible decision to appoint a trustee to fill the vacancy until the 2022 election, where we will all get a say on who fills that role for the final 2 years of the term. I also want to thank the district for the professionals that are facilitating the Cycle 9 review of the 19 books that were pulled or paused. I'm enjoying the thorough review process, and I would love to hear more about how the data will be shared once it's complete. Last spring, books were judged on 5 questions with 3 different answers, or possible answers. This year we have 22 questions to answer with 5 different options, in addition to the opportunity to support our decision. I look forward to hearing from the district what criteria is being used from the data to make a decision. What percentage of participants wanting to keep the books will be enough to continue to allow access to the books without broadband censorship, while still allowing parents to self-censor their own students? How many participants are representative of the characters and/or writers of the books which are being reviewed? How are you making sure that the demographics being reviewed have appropriate representation during the review process? I hope that consideration of our trained professionals will be highly valued during this review, while still listening to the concerns of parents and community members. Thank you again for the hours and time you put into our district. We see you, we value your time, and we appreciate everything you do, even when we don't agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 15.
Hi, good evening, LISD District. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm a mother to 2 brave boys. Our oldest is in the 3rd grade at LISD, and I want to commend the citizens here for continuing to bring awareness of what this district needs to keep our kids safe and educated with effective, not pornographic curriculum. I'm learning from several leaders here who pay close attention to every assignment, test, recommended reading, books in the classroom, surveys funded by big tech, and inappropriate behavior that should not be conducted by teacher or staff with the student. I'm also very watchful myself. I'm learning and setting boundaries appropriately with our son's teachers. It would be against school policy from section 26.008 to ask for a student's sexual pronoun in secret. This policy says a parent is entitled to full information regarding the school activities of a parent's child, except as provided by section 38.004. I can't tell you how many videos of you, Dr. Gearing, where you emphasize as a school being prized as a safe place for all children. The idea of it would be amazing. Imagine a place where you could trust that your child's innocence would be preserved, that you as a parent wouldn't have to worry about books about children being raped, people of their faith being persecuted and mocked, political views being one-sided, history books not teaching truth, social studies with CRT, or being completely disempowered rather than encouraged because of the color of your skin. Your statement actually comes on a little too strong, Dr. Gearing. Since children rightfully belong to their guardians, God has entrusted us parents with much, and it's our responsibility to keep them as safe as we can. And that's why we are here. Again, SEL sounds too good to be true. Our children don't need psychoanalysis, but rather leaders to teach them school academia. So I encourage you in your district, parents, pay attention and don't let your guard down at any time with any district. And yet this could be the time to leave a legacy, like I said last week, and stand up for excellence and preserving the purity that is possible. But we also need the majority of the school board to do something wonderful for the community. Wouldn't that be great? Here are concerns. Fix the filth and be the change for greatness. These meetings are challenged for the working parents like myself. In fact, my car didn't start, my blood sugar's low. There was a detour, as you know, I'm sure a lot of you know. It was just wild. But these meetings are very challenged for us and for non-working parents to find, care for the kids, everything. I'm getting off course here. Sign up is before anyone gets off work, and cutting down minutes to speak shows you are trying to quiet.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 15, thank you for your time. We need speaker number 16.
Thank you, Dr. Gearing and the Board of Trustees for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm a parent of a recent Vista Ridge graduate and a current freshman at Vista Ridge. Go Rangers! I am also an elementary special education teacher here in the district. I'm speaking this evening to say thank you to the board for their commitment, patience, and unwavering support of our community. Your board position is an unpaid, volunteer position that has been villainized over the past year. I'm embarrassed by the behavior from community members and those who aren't even stakeholders in this district who have disregarded decorum and how to act like adults. Yet, you keep showing up to support our district. Your commitment to our community is evident in this district, is evident in approving the diversity, equality, and inclusion policy to ensure that all students in LISD are safe, heard, and represented. It is sad as parents have threatened, slandered, trolled, coerced, and shouted out against our own board members, teachers like myself, and administration to have their voices heard. I wish we could discuss differing opinions without the harassment and hypocrisy that has been demonstrated recently. Please take in consideration all stakeholders and not just the loudest voices. Most understand the separation of church and state and freedom of speech. We are a public school district, and we serve all of the public. If you do not want certain material read, taught, or discussed, then you have an opportunity to homeschool or attend a private school. We are teaching all students, not just teaching students with certain beliefs. Please do not let the voices of a few cloud your judgment on the beliefs of many. The teachers and administration in this district need your support and assurance that we will not continue to be criticized and attacked for doing what is best for our students. I also believe that the majority of parents realize how ridiculous and outlandish these meetings have become across the country, as depicted on a recent Saturday Night Live skit. Please stand strong and not allow our board meetings to become a parody and social media gossip where our district is laughed at all because of a small group of community members. I applaud and appreciate your efforts. I really see Leander making strides in the right direction. Please do not let the outrage of a few sway your decisions for all stakeholders. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 17.
I think it's already on. Okay. Schools are a billion-dollar industry. Proposition A is for new construction, renovation, and a few other things, but my focus is on the new construction and renovation. How many of you know that the Cedar Park Mayor, Corbin Van Arsdale, is the president of a lobbying firm for commercial builders? How many of you know that some of those clients for his private lobbyist firm build schools? Proposition B is for technology. How many of you know that the billion-dollar book companies are ripping off the taxpayers? They have always overcharged for books. Now they're demanding gross amounts of money for ebooks. The following is from an article from the New Republic. Billion-dollar companies like Follett and EBSCO rent ebooks to schools each year rather than sell them permanent copies. The Diary of Anne Frank costs $27 per student for a 12-month subscription. But any parent can purchase a permanent copy of the Diary of Anne Frank for $7.95 off of Amazon. Again, the National Center on Sexual Exploitation has placed EBSCO on their Dirty Dozen list because its products provide easy access to hardcore pornography sites and extremely graphic sexual content. Alexis, when you campaigned for your board seat, you stated that you had 5 billion reasons to run. You opposed the massive debt of the school districts. Now you're touting that you're the only conservative who brought down the $1.3 billion bond to $772 million. Still, you're not telling the community that you voted to put it on the ballot, and the taxpayer paid over $14 billion in interest on the 5 billion reasons you ran. Leander ISD has the most debt per student in the state of Texas. What do we have to show for it? On a different note, the National Teachers Association wants concerned parents and community members who oppose CRT labeled domestic terrorists. Well, thank God Gloria and Anna stated on FaceRot that Leander ISD does not teach CRT. You may want to get your activist teachers on the same page. They signed their names to articles saying that they would defy the law prohibiting CRT. If anyone in this district opposes your ideology, your cultish followers label parents bigots, white supremacists, and threaten livelihoods. On occasion, threats of violence like these blasts from the past appear on FaceRot. Gloria, these are from your very close activist friend who has wished that specific individuals should get a bullet in the head, threats of CPS, and other promises of violence. Per your own words, you appreciate all she does. You also bragged about your own brown privilege and how you weaponize it to silence others. Last week, a man held up a sign stating that a female speaker should be canceled. Should we take that as a threat? The word terrorist has at its root the word terror, which comes from the Latin word terrorum, meaning great fear. 4 out of the 7 of you guys sitting up there are domestic terrorists, as so are your activist teachers and your ideological cult, not the parents that are standing up for their teachers. Vote no on the bonds, please, everybody out there. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker number 18.
First off, I want to thank you for your service. You spend hours here for an unpaid position, and I've heard people of the community say they don't trust you. I want to personally say I trust you, and I trust everything that you do to protect our children and also to teach them to be better people. I think we do have a problem in the district, and it's not the books. It's the school board mob that's going from meeting to meeting with the intent to destroy our public schools. You see this at other school meetings. They also read random passages from books. This is not unique to LISD, and it's going on throughout the nation. It's well funded, and its purpose is to spread conspiracy theories and chaos throughout school boards. And you've heard some of those conspiracy theories go on and on, even tonight before I even started talking. And this is not just me saying this. The National School Board Association sent out a letter talking about the deliberate attacks on school boards, asking the DOJ to help them with threats to school board members and also to teachers and administrators. That's why I'm up here. That's why I've been coming up here for the last few meetings, is because I'm here to protect you guys, because you're being attacked. Last meeting, you discussed about reevaluating all books into the classroom based on views expressed by the mob. These books have already been vetted before they come in. And you also have a process by which to vet books that some parents may have a problem. And I would encourage you to continue using that process versus having people just read random passages in a meeting. I would say follow the process, which is not the will of the mob. Every book pulled will need a justification on why it's removed to avoid systemic censorship. You can't just simply pull books because someone reads a random passage and doesn't like it. You can't pull a book simply because someone just doesn't agree with the content. You must continue to do the right things as school board members, and we as parents need to continue to protect you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 19, if you want to make your way up, audience and board members. I think we have about 7 more speakers left on the list, but we will have to spin back around as we're looking for speaker 4, 5, and 7. So I'll just mention that as well. We'll go ahead and go speaker number 18 whenever you're ready.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Mike Sanders, and I'd like to say a few words about agenda item 5 that's that's going to be spoken of tonight. So agenda item 5 is the replacement of Jim McKay, who recently resigned from the board, who actually is still on the board and should be sitting up here according to the Constitution of this state and according to the policies of LISD. It's unfortunate that he wanted to come up here and grandstand at the microphone rather than taking his seat with you all, where he would have a lot more than 3 minutes and a lot more opportunity to influence things in the district until the time that he's replaced. So what I want to say tonight is that it looks like from the agenda that you've already placed as an agenda item the swearing in of the new trustee. So that gives the impression that at least 4 of you have already discussed ahead of time who you're going to swear in tonight. And if that's the case, well, that's a violation of law of the Open Meetings Act if you already decided who you're going to swear in tonight. What would be nice is if you actually thought that diversity was an important thing. It would be nice if you thought that rather than getting someone just like you, that it would be a good idea to get someone who thinks differently than you. That it would be a good idea to think to get someone who can offer a new perspective that isn't your perspective. But if you only choose someone who's just like you, it means that diversity means nothing to you. It means that diversity to you means everybody should be like me, which is crazy. I don't think that any of you would verbalize that out loud, but that's exactly what you're doing if you go and you name someone who's just like the four who have already decided ahead of time who they're going to vote for, right? And I understand that my words tonight aren't going to change the outcome, but I think it's still important to say these words, that it's not right to say that you're in favor of diversity, but then by your actions to demonstrate that diversity means nothing to you. Because all you want, if you choose someone who's just like yourself, is a lack of diversity. So I would encourage you to choose someone, if you're insistent on choosing someone to fill this spot, I would encourage you to choose someone who's different from yourself, who thinks differently, and who can add a new perspective to the things that are being discussed by the board. If you just get someone who's just like yourself, then what does it matter whether you've got 6 people or 7 people? It still takes 4 people to pass any motion. So you haven't added anything at all if you just choose someone who's just like you. You haven't added anything. But if you choose someone who thinks differently than you, then you've added something to this board. And it still takes 4 people to pass any motion, but you could add something new, something diverse to this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 20.
Good evening. I'd like to first thank the board for voting to fill Mr. McKay's seat by appointment. This is the easiest, the cheapest, and the fastest way to do this, and it doesn't leave us without a board member until May. And quite frankly, we have enough drama without adding a special election to the mix. So board meeting after board meeting, we keep hearing about everything this district is doing wrong. From students, from parents, from community members, from members of other communities. You know, we have challenging books in our libraries. Our teachers want their classrooms to be a safe place for all of their students. We have an indoctrination problem because we're teaching accurate history or trying to. And we want our students and staff to be safe during a pandemic. It's been a wild few months here in Leander. Sarcasm aside, we know this district is not perfect. We know that we have problems. There's always going to be a certain amount of tension because there's 41,000 kids in this district, and they're all different. No family wants the exact same thing. But that's not what public school is for. The best way to help ease this tension is to do more, not less. More acceptance, more tolerance, more ways to learn, more ways to communicate, more trust in our educators, and yes, even more books. You've heard it before, but these things are not pie. More for somebody else does not mean less for you. Honestly, addressing racism doesn't hurt the students who aren't experiencing it. It helps the ones who are. Giving our LGBTQIA students a safe place to attend school does not indoctrinate anyone else. It allows those students who need it the opportunity to attend school as themselves without having to fight for it or hide. Having a variety of books from our students to choose from is vital to their learning experience. Kids and parents who don't like certain titles are free to choose whatever they want. And because it will come up, removal should not be an option because not only is it censorship, but not everyone is able to just go out and buy the titles for themselves, which means we've now stepped into an access issue. Imagine if every book in that that had a challenge filed against it was removed because someone didn't like it. The color purple, I know why the cage bird sings. The Great Gatsby, To Kill a Mockingbird, Of Mice and Men, 1984, the Bible. We wouldn't have any of these in our libraries. And to close, I'll quote a 2013 challenge in Michigan. This book is pretty graphic, and it's pretty pornographic for 7th grade boys and girls to be reading. It's inappropriate for a teacher to be giving this material out to the kids when it's really the parent's job to give students this information. The reason context is important is because the book in question was The Diary of Anne Frank. Imagine that being said about such a book like The Diary of Anne Frank. Let's just stop the madness. You don't want a book? Pick a different one. Let's move on.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 21.
Good evening, Board. There was a couple of things that I wanted to talk about tonight. One is the possibility of reducing the amount of time to speak. I wanted to say that I'm not in favor of that because of the unintended consequences that I think we might see from that. I totally get maybe why you might want to lean towards that, the fact that you guys have to be here as late as you do. Hearing some of the same things over and over again, I totally get that. But I feel like the unintended consequence of that is going to be not hearing the things that you need to hear from some of the people that you really need to hear it from. The speaker who spoke tonight from Child Nutrition Services used that whole 3 minutes, and I think that was necessary. When we have students come in who I really wish we could hear from them so much more often, they need those full 3 minutes. These are the people who are not the experienced speakers, but they're the people you need to hear from the most. And they, not being experienced speakers, not the people who are coming here week after week, they're gonna need that full 3 minutes. And I feel like that's an unintended consequence that you might see if you choose to do that, if you choose to cut time down. The other thing that I wanted to speak about was just to say thank you for choosing to appoint, not just because it seems financially, it's fiscally responsible in any sense, in any situation it would be. But I feel like if you actually look at the historical context of how elections have gone in this area over this past year within our city council and our school board, I believe that the results of an election would probably not make the same people who are unhappy about the appointment would probably not be happy with the results of an election either. So I do believe that you have made the right choice there, and I support you in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 22.
Good evening, Dr. Gearing and board members. I'm not going to try to take up too much of your time. My name is Thomas Kennedy. I'm a member of the Central Texas Building Construction Council. We are a council that's made up of trade partners that includes 7 joint training apprenticeship programs. These programs provide apprenticeships to your graduating seniors, those of you that may not be going to college. We provide a pathway to a great career in construction. The reason that I'm bringing in front of you today is to ask the board to reevaluate the current prevailing wage scale that you've adopted for construction. You have a very large bond package coming up, and by reassessing the prevailing wage package, it will provide more skilled contractors to bid this work. I want the schools that are going to be built for this district to meet the demands, to be built safely and correctly and on time. Increasing the prevailing wage will not cost the school district additional funds, but rather ensure that subcontractors are paying a living wage. By doing this, you'll keep money that you're paying in your own community and reduce commuters from lower wage surrounding areas. And that way, that money will stay in your community. I look forward to discussing this further on October 19th in your meeting. I also encourage any of the board members to reach out to us so that we can come and see our training facilities. Our apprenticeship programs cost our apprentices nothing. We pay for that out of our contractors. And we have great programs, and we want to be more involved with Leander ISD and with your construction technology groups and provide a new pathway. But to do that, we need to be able to have workers that live in Leander, work in Leander. Currently, on a lot of the construction projects we have with the prevailing wage, you have people from all the way down in Del Valley driving down here, because that's the only place that you're going to find a construction worker that will work for these wages. I understand the fiscal scarcity of raising the prevailing wage, but I ask you to look at it because it's not going to cost the school board money. It's actually going to simply level the playing field for some of our contractors. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 23. Are you speaker number 23? Okay.
Months ago, a teacher sent their brain research email to the board. Quote, I have been participating in discussions about these book clubs and the mandatory choices of books from which the students are to pick. As a retired LISD teacher, I have been completely disillusioned because this discussion is still going on. Someone needs to go into the schools and just take the books out of the classrooms and the libraries. It's that simple. Instead, parents and teachers who are opposed to children being exposed to this pornography are continuing to have to fight for their children and students on this forum, and to my knowledge, nothing permanent has happened that is in favor of the parents, teachers, and students. I am perplexed as to why child development specialists have not spoken up to shut down these book clubs, which could be called indoctrination programs. Unbelievable. Because of this ongoing discussion, I'm bringing attention to a component that has not been addressed. In addition to the moral and legal implications of these book choices, there is another important aspect to consider: executive functions. I led an in-service presentation for our campus teachers several years ago on this topic. Executive functions involve the ability to perform everyday skills and tasks and make wise, positive decisions in order to learn how to make responsible choices in life and lifelong learning. Executive functions are self-regulatory, high-ordered, and cognitive processing that are goal-driven behaviors or thoughts pertaining to complex problems or novel circumstances. These skills are the mental processes that enable us to plan, focus attention, remember instructions, and juggle multiple tasks successfully. Think air traffic controller. Children aren't born with these skills. They are born with the potential to develop them. If children do not get what they need from their relationships with adults and the conditions of their environments, or worse, if those influences are sources of toxic stress, their skill development can be seriously delayed or impaired. Adverse environments resulting from neglect, abuse, and/or violence may expose children to toxic stress, which can disrupt brain architecture and impair the development of executive function. Executive function skills are controlled by the prefrontal cortex in the brain. The prefrontal cortex, the part of the frontal lobes lying just behind the forehead, is often referred to as the CEO of the brain. The brain region gives an individual the capacity to exercise good judgment when presented with difficult life decisions. Also, brain research indicating that brain development is not complete until the near age of 25.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to need to take a look at what's going on here with the system. So right now we're going to move to speaker number 25. Did we figure out the system? Okay, now we figured out the system. We're going to have speaker number 24. Now we'll have speaker number 25. Thank you.
This is part 2 from the LISD retired teacher, from bridgestounderstanding.com. Brain research indicating that brain development is not complete until near the age of 25 refers specifically to the prefrontal cortex. With an immature prefrontal cortex, even if teens understand that something is dangerous, they may still go ahead and engage in risky behavior. This last quote is very important. If we have teens with immature brains, developing brains, and brain tissue, white matter, what in the world are adults who are not aware of this fragile brain development doing to suggest that students can absorb this pornography, incest, murders, rape, etc.? and then have an enlightening discussion with peers who are just as immature emotionally as they are about topics that are so disturbing and obscene. Adults don't know which children have been sexually abused, and this toxic reading material could trigger extreme anxiety for them. Worse, it could cause long-term damage from the disturbing words and/or images depicted in the books and/or graphic novels. From the Harvard Mental Health Letter, July 2005. Accidental deaths, homicides, and binge drinking spike in teenage years. It is a time of life when psychosis, eating disorders, and addictions are most likely to take hold. Surveys show that everyday unhappiness also reaches its peak in late adolescence. Unsettled moods and unsettling behavior may be rooted in uneven brain development. From Harvard EDU. In real life, adolescents compared to adults find it more difficult to interpret an action underway. Stop speeding. To think before acting. Learn how deep the water is before you dive. And even to choose between safer and riskier alternatives. These choices are not a matter of intellectual maturity. These choices involve their immature prefrontal cortex. From Harvard EDU, among the last connections to be fully established are the links between the prefrontal cortex, the seat of judgment and problem solving, and the emotional centers in the limbic system, especially the amygdala, the emotional center. These links are critical for emotional learning and high-level self-regulation. Beginning at puberty, the brain is shaped. So, as we continue to discuss this very disturbing subject matter, let's remember that our children need all of us to guide and protect them, as parents, as teachers, as a community. From Rochester EDU, your teen needs your guidance, even though they may think they don't. Your understanding of their development can help you support them to become independent, responsible adults. God help us as we pray for the removal of this invasion of perversion that has made its way into our school classrooms, school libraries, and most insidiously, into the developing minds of our babies. Keep reading excerpts from these books out loud to the Board of Trustees. They need to hear what is going into the growing, developing, maturing, very impressionable young brains of our children. God, we ask you to protect the children's minds and to give us wisdom. This is by a retired LISD teacher.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 25. Would you press the green button right there, the one with the little mic button? There you go.
One that doesn't know how. Okay.
No.
Madam President, Board of Trustees, my name is John Kalman. My address is 1920 Holly Hill Drive, Leander, Texas. I'm here to talk about what a previous fellow talked about was the board vacancy. I think it's wonderful that you all are going to select someone and put them in that position. But they're going to be possibly running in 22-22, and I think that you all should have a caveat that that person who is selected is not allowed to run for election because it gives them an unfair advantage. So this has happened before. In 2006, Judge Durfer, county judge, and the Commissioners Court decided that they would do that very thing, is they would select someone or appoint someone for that position, but that person was not allowed to run in the next election in the name of fairness, because that leg up is that basically that's an incumbent now. And so I strongly encourage you all to think about appointing or selecting, but the caveat of them not being able to run in the next election. Now, and that's all I had to say on that issue. I want to talk about this room for a minute. I hear all this passion and it's wonderful. In 2008, something very special happened in this room. We brought, your predecessors and the Leander City Council brought 80 dentists from around the state working together, and we fixed over 800 people's teeth in this room in 2008, working together. In this very room, it was incredible. I was in charge of suction, and it wasn't easy for me, but we fixed women, children, men, grown-ups, people that needed dental work in this very room. And I don't know if anyone knows that or what you all did, your predecessors, but something very special happened in this room where we worked together, and I think they estimated it was around $800,000 in dental work was performed in this room, all by working together. That's what we used to do. I hear all this passion and I think it's wonderful. I'm not used to it. I've kind of got the shakes because there is a lot of passion in this community and I love every minute of it. But when we work together, this is like we did in 2008, this is what we did. And it was a blast. But that's the power of working together. But anyways, back to the selection. We want a selection and then an election. And I hope you all would consider that tonight with that caveat. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Speaker number 25. Okay, we'll go back. Speaker number 4. Did we hear from them? Speaker number 5 or speaker number 7? No 4, 5, or 7? Okay. No 4, 5, or 7? Oh, okay, we're gonna go on. That will now close our citizens' comment portion of the agenda. We will move on to item 5, board vacancy. Just to clarify a bit on the process, and I'll read our letter in here. It says that at our September 30th board meeting, the board voted to fill the place 5 vacancy by means of an appointment. The board will consider a possible appointment at this very meeting that we're at. The board may discuss individuals enclosed under the personnel exceptions, Texas Government Code 551.074, which we as a board are getting ready to go do. If the board then comes back out and in open session, we vote to appoint a specific individual at this meeting, the individual may be sworn in and take office following that appointment, which is why you have both the consider and the oath of office in the items. Board members, that does not mean when we come out, we may do, it just depends on how we want to do the agenda item. It depends on the discussions. So let's go ahead and move into close so we could have that. For purposes, it is 7:47. And for purposes permitted by the Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation, consideration of resignation, termination, appointment, assignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. We'll be moving into closed session. There will be no action in closed session. We will come back out here to open before we have any action. Thank you very much. All right, board members, we are back in open session. We'll be going to our communication and announcements. We'll have to go back later in closed to continue our agenda item 5A. So we are moving now to agenda item 6A, superintendent's remarks. Dr. Gary?
Thank you, Madam President. The only thing I want to point out is the little flags that are at your places. And so we wanted to represent and celebrate our campuses in the district. And so you have a flag for every campus in the district. Some of them we duplicated to make sure that we could get feeder patterns in the right places. But we just wanted to celebrate why we're here and who we're about. So that's all I got. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. I do like those. Those are fun. All right. Board member remarks. We will start with committee updates. Board members, we have an availability on the board. We're talking about appointment. That does mean that odds are at our next meeting, if we end up swearing somebody in, then at our next meeting, we'd be looking at our committee appointment list and we'll be doing rebalancing. So please take a look over those lists. One thing I will point out when you look at the list is that the title says LISD Administrative Committees on which board members serve. Some of those are actual board committees, like the board operating procedure. So anyhow, we're going to ask Donna to get us a list to be able to better understand which ones are maybe more board, which ones are LISD administrative committees, and then also we'll get a list of, just to kind of keep it all into perspective, those district committees in which we put names. And that's on the website, but it'll be just a handy place, so we'll be getting that before too long. I don't know if there's anybody had no committee updates? I just started talking.
We just, the Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee met actually last night via Zoom. It was nice to see everybody again, so that was really nice. Just continuing our work and looking forward to the officer being selected so that we can work with him or her to further the discussions with the work that the committee has done. And it was really just kind of a nice little, we hadn't been together for a while, so it was nice to be able to discuss and see what everybody was doing on campuses and things like that. So it was a really great meeting.
Awesome. All right. And then board learning update, that item is just in general about if there was, we talked last time about TEA or MASBA. Was there any committee session that you attended that you wanted to share information about, to share your learning?
Today I took a online course through TASB, and it was an update on sexual health and SHAC committees and what you need to do as a board member. And I will highly recommend it to our SHAC liaison and our other board members, because there was some information in there that I didn't know. But most importantly, it breaks it down with the new updates and laws and what we need to do to empower our SHAC committee to be able to be the best committee that they are. And you get a credit for it.
One of the sessions, there's a lot of sessions, I didn't bring my notes, Trish, but one of the sessions that I felt very valuable was about dual language programs and how to expand dual language programs into the middle school years and what that expansion looks like. There was like 3 other school districts that presented together and talking about meaningful dual language, and I think that I'd love for us to continue that conversation because we have amazing elementary dual language programs. Students can take, all their foreign language in high school, but really looking at how we continue that and how we in very intentional and meaningful opportunities of that dual language immersion in social studies and language arts and math, and trying to talk about words that you don't usually use in different places. When I was at Vista Ridge doing my campus tour, I went into one of the classrooms where it was just a math classroom, but there were ESL students in there. And it was really neat to see they had someone helping them, kind of talk through some of these words that you may not speak all the time, when you're doing a math problem. Those aren't typical words that you're using in your house all the time. And it was really interesting to see students sitting at a table and helping each other. And just what a wonderful opportunity for students from, with different languages to be able to learn and have those shared language opportunities. So.
If I may speak to that, we have actually expanded our dual language programs into Danielson Middle School and Henry Middle School this year as a pilot, and hope to expand into more middle schools as we go in the future as well. So we're already in that program. It's exciting work. We'd love to invite you actually to come and visit those two programs in particular.
That'd be awesome. All right. Board members, any other remarks or learning? Any update? Okay, we're getting ready to move on to this. Just making sure I didn't want to jump too quick. 7A, B, and C, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. We happen to have Madam President on the first slide, visiting with children. And again, I want to just thank our board members for taking the time and out of their busy schedules to visit our campuses to see our kids learning. I think it really does make a difference when you come in our classrooms and see what our teachers and students are doing on the ground. So thank you for taking the time to do that, Madam President. George Couros says the three most important things in education are relationships, relationships, and relationships. And so I wanted to speak to you about a couple of experiences that I've had this week that speak specifically to the building of relationships that's happening across our district as it relates to learning in our district and the vision that we have created together for what learning looks like in Leander ISD classrooms as we go forward. And in particular, I had the great opportunity of visiting with some IB kids at Leander High School this week in 3 different sections of Ms. Henderson's IB classes, and we were having a conversation around my experiences in South Africa because they had read a book by Trevor Noah, and they were intrigued with the fact that someone they knew had direct experience with some of these things. And so it was fascinating for me to watch the relationship that those students had with each other, with their ease and ability to ask really probing, difficult questions of me, and to watch how they listened to the responses and process through that. You could tell too that Ms. Henderson has an incredible relationship with those students and is getting some really deep thought and learning out of those conversations with students. The second part of that experience that I had was I got to spend a little bit of time walking the campus, because if you haven't been to Leander High School and try to find your way around, I don't recommend you go alone, because you might get in, but you might never come out again. It is a very complex, confusing facility. But so I had the great good fortune of having Chris Simpson guide me. And let me tell you something about Chris Simpson. So some people have incredible talent that's given to them, and Chris Simpson has this talent. And the talent that he has is he knows everybody. And when I say everybody, I will tell you he knows every single one of those kids by name and by what they do, and he'll talk to them and call them out and have conversations with them as they go by. And he has this amazing relationship with those kids. They turn to him, they respect him, they look up to him, and he can get amazing things out of those kids. I'll tell you that the thing that impressed me the most, though, was how many of our high needs students came directly to him and interacted completely directly with him. And the way that they interacted with him told me everything about what happens at that campus. So I just wanted to share that little bit of the experience that I had this week with the 3 most important things in education: relationships, relationships, relationships. We're excited to share with you that we got news this week of 31 National Merit Scholar semifinalists and 99 National Merit Commended Scholars. And to just give you a little bit of perspective of what that looks like, remember, these are students who had taken the PSAT test as 11th graders, and they took this test in October of 2020. And so that was at the start of a very crazy, chaotic year where we phased students back in person, and things were pretty uncertain. We had a large number of students still in virtual, and a lot of different things going on. And so this is an incredible result, in my opinion, based on when those students took this test. To give you context, in the last year, we had 41 semifinalists, and so those were students who took the test in October of 2019, right before the pandemic hit. And then the 3 years before that, we had 23, 22, and 27. So we saw that huge jump in 2019, but that 31 is still above the 3 years of 17, 18, and 19, or the Octobers of 16, 17, and 18. And so I think this is an indication of the fact that our students are still learning, still performing. It's just one tiny measure, but I think one that we should celebrate. This week has been Custodial Appreciation Week, and I just want to make sure that we give a huge shout out to all of our custodians and the incredible work that they're doing across the district. And you'll see in our calendar just now that in the coming weeks we have several other appreciation weeks for our CNS workers, who you heard from one of them tonight, and also our bus safety week is coming up. But our custodians are doing really yeoman's work in making sure that not only do we keep our facilities clean, but they really are key in helping us to keep our staff and our students safe during this challenging time of COVID. And so we want to just give a huge shout out and a huge appreciation to the work that they do. They are short-staffed. They work a lot of overtime, a lot of extra shifts, and they don't complain. They have a smile on their face. They do great work, and so we wanted to make sure that we appreciated them tonight. Not only great learning happening across the district, but lots of really exciting things happening on the athletic front. And just one of those is really an incredible accomplishment, but Coach Drew Sanders earned his 100th win with Vandergrift High School football this last week, and we just wanted to give a quick shout out to Coach Sanders and the incredible work that he does with our kids down at Vandergrift High School. Quick COVID update. As you can see, the numbers continue to fall. Our daily average winding down all the way under 10. We are still in the red response stage as of right now, but we're excited to announce that we will be going to yellow response stage starting on October 13th, so the Wednesday after the 2 conference days next week. So when kids come back to school on Wednesday of next week, we will be back in yellow response stage, and you can go to the website to see what that means exactly for our kids and our staff as we continue to operate an in-person learning environment as well as our remote learning students. You can see that Austin Public Health has dropped down to stage 4, and there is potential that they'll come down into stage 3 soon. And we are very pleased to announce that we have no more classes in remote conferencing right now. The last one returned on 10/5, and so as of right now, we have no classes in remote conferencing. Enrollment, again, this is good news slide. We continue to remain very steady in enrollment. You see a slight tick up in that number, 41,754. Some kids coming out of remote, but on the whole, very steady. Those numbers changes are incredibly small. We are sitting right at our budget number, which is good news for us. And we are in process of population and survey analysts undergoing their annual review of our demographic report. And so we'll be hearing from those folks in November when they will come and present that update to the board. And we'll be very interested to hear what they think about the numbers they gave us the last time and where those kids potentially are based on the things that have been happening with the Delta variant and what they perceive for what might happen in the next year or so. Attendance is also a good news slide. We have the majority of our schools over the 90% mark. Average daily attendance hitting around the 95% mark now, so starting to get back to the numbers that we're used to seeing in this realm of the district, and so pleased to continue to monitor that carefully because of course that also has huge impact on our budget decisions. Bond election coming up November 2nd is election day, early voting October 18 through 29. As we mentioned before, Williamson and Travis County voters can cast their ballots at any polling location in their county. And if you need more information, our website has all of the information that you might need, www.leanderisd.org/bond2021. There's also a text line that you can send text messages to get answers to your questions. We encourage you to ask any questions that you have because we use those questions to help build our frequently asked questions documents on the website, and we continue to keep our public updated on what's happening with the bond election. As you can see, there's a lot going on in the district. Just point a few of these things out to you. That's too far away from me. I can't read that. And this is too small. There we go. We're very excited to announce the grand opening of the PTA Clothes Closet South location on October 9th at 4 Points Middle School. They've been working exceptionally hard to put this together to make sure that folks in the southern part of our district also have access to the great work that they do. And you can find more information about that on the website. Of course, next Monday and Tuesday is our annual Continuous Improvement Conference. It is fantastic that we have the ability as a district to, because of our size, to put on our very own conference. And you'll be able to witness some of our board members presenting, a lot of our administrators presenting, our teachers. We even have several groups of students. One of those is the Student Superintendent Advisory Council, who'll be making a very similar presentation to the one they came and did for the board on their work on student empowerment and the continuous improvements tools that they used. I'm very excited about that group. We have a new batch of 11th graders now on board with us. We have over 50 kids enrolled in that program, and it's really, really exciting. The seniors this year have formed a leadership team, and they are running that group entirely by themselves. So Sarah Martinez and I facilitate and try to stay as much in the background as we can as those students step up to the plate and are really doing fabulous work on advising us and helping us to hear their student voice. National School Lunch Week next week as well, National School Bus Safety Week the week after. We look forward to recognizing our bus drivers and our monitors and all of the folks who are involved in transportation who make sure that our kids get safely to and from school every day. October 19th is a special day as board members are listening to the community. If you are interested in visiting with a board member on that day, then make sure that you get on the website and sign up. Early voting, of course, October 18th through 29th, and bond election November 2nd. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I appreciate you saying on October 19th that we'll be back and forth format with the trustees. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. All right. Anything else, board members? All right. All right, we will go ahead and close that agenda item. I'm going to look out into the audience, and I'm looking Elaine's direction because I'm wanting to know if we need to move this item up. Do we have a guest to speak on 8C1 report on purchasing and procurement practices? We have a staff member guest. Well, as long as we can hurry along. They're not normally here, so we'll have item 8C1. We'll go ahead and pull that up. Report on purchasing and procurement district practices and procedures.
Good evening. You always catch me off guard, and I just had coffee and it's kicking in, so this is not good.
Well, then I'll give the next speaker a heads up after that. I'm not aware of any other guests, so the state accountability report will be next. So just, yeah.
So thank you for this opportunity. We have with us this evening Jamie Spiegel, and he has a very unique title, Senior Director of Business Process Improvement. Jamie has been with us just over 18 months, and he was brought in not only to oversee purchasing and procurement, but to help upgrade and improve overall business processes. So this evening we have an overview of what he's been doing in the department as far as purchasing and procurement. I don't see it.
Well, good evening. This is my first opportunity to be able to speak to the board since I got to Leander, and I really do appreciate this opportunity. And again, Madam President, trustees, and of course, Dr. Gehring, I really appreciate this opportunity because very seldom do we actually get to get out in the world and kind of speak about our processes. Yes, and I'm kind of one of those purchasing geeks, and I've been doing it for over 30 years now on the public side, and it fits me well. So, and again, I appreciate this opportunity. So what I'm going to talk about tonight is really the process, what it is that we do to protect the district from the processes that could allow us to be able to not do purchases the way that we're supposed to. And I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about the process of how we're going to be staying compliant, especially with all of the policies and laws and such that we actually have to follow. So I want to kind of start a little bit first to just give you a little bit of an understanding of how the organization is set up. So traditionally, everybody's kind of used to the orgs. Let me go ahead and click another one. The traditional org is kind of hard to kind of see. I'm sure y'all looking all the way back there, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. But the area that I actually oversee is going to be obviously the purchasing office, then the distribution center, as well as the document production center, textbooks, and records retention. So we actually have 5 different areas that kind of sit under what we call the business services department. And all those areas fall under my authority. And of course, obviously, we answer up to Elaine. So what you'll see is when we were looking at how we were going to restructure this department and kind of look at the staff that we had in place, one of the things that I wanted to make sure is we became very collaborative. And yes, okay, that is a term that's used a lot in the classroom, but it's actually something from a business process that actually works really well. Instead of us being very structured, very vertical, I wanted to make sure that the team is actually very collaborative in how we actually approach things. So if I have a one-on-one meeting with my staff, it's actually 2 or 3 people that are actually sitting in on that meeting because each one has some interrelation to the processes actually happening at another desk. So you can actually kind of see the little graphic that we have there and all the people that are actually involved in that process. So one of the things that we want to make sure is, first of all, obviously, is being compliant. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that entails, as well as obviously we've got to be customer centric. If we are not doing what we need to do, then obviously all the way down into the classroom it's going to have an effect. So we use the tools that are available to us to make sure that we are going to be compliant and do it as effectively and efficiently as we possibly can. And what you'll see now is going to be the 3 different areas that we really focused in on making sure that we're going to do. First of all, it's going to be compliance, and I'll get a little bit more detail on each one of these. But then the sourcing, where actually everybody kind of thinks of that's where we do the bidding and things like that. So it's a little bit more than that now. And of course, project management. One of the things about Leander is it has grown. It's grown over the years. I have been watching Leander for over 20 years now, from afar as well as local, and so it's grown. It was a small school district when I first knew about it, and now it is now one of the top 40. And so it is grown tremendously, and so we have to be diligent in how we're actually going to do project management. Okay, so this next one, I actually start getting a little bit more into each one of these different areas. Compliance focused. Obviously, we have laws, we have rules, and policies that are actually established by you, the trustees. And so what we have to do is make sure that we follow those. That's one of the things that's very unique on the purchasing side, is that we are a department that exists solely because we have to meet those requirements. If we didn't have a purchasing office, then obviously we would not have the ability to be able to be as compliant. We probably would have some items that would actually be so, but we are an oversight department in helping our customers meet those requirements. Again, updating policies to meet those requirements. Again, we have the local policies, and actually we'll be presenting some changes to the CH local that kind of help us get up into what it is that we're needing to have in that policy to allow us to be much more efficient and a little bit more in line with what it is that we have to do on a daily basis. Also, to establish the procedures and the guidelines. We are now currently looking at and revamping our manual that we actually have in place. And again, Leander's grown, and so we have to look at all the things that actually go on and how we're going to approach it. And not to bore you with the purchasing 101 stuff, but the aggregate total as a district as a whole is something we've got to be very concerned with. Ensuring contractual obligations, working with Sean's group. We have now taken over the responsibility of overseeing contract agreements. Contract agreements are things basically that have terms and conditions, and they do require us to sign them, and we become legally bound by those documents. And so we have to make sure that when we're reviewing those documents, they're going to meet the requirements that we have been laid before us, through, again, with our discussions with Sean's group, but also making sure that we're going to protect the district and we're not going to be bound by something that we shouldn't be. And obviously providing guidance to our sourcing team through what we would call, obviously doing the analytics. Going back and looking at all the purchase orders and all the purchases that are actually made throughout the district and making sure that we are actually doing within our department what is required, which is most people ever know is we're going to be going to and putting bids out on the street or finding those resources to be able to help us to make it, our purchases compliant. So on the awarded vendor process, obviously the sourcing, this is going to be what most people, again, are going to be calling purchasing. Again, it's meeting the competitive requirements of the state. You can kind of see there's almost a theme throughout our process, and it's obvious because that's what we have to focus in on. District awards, obviously from district issued solicitations, we are constantly putting out bids that allow us to be able to kind of cover the competitive bidding requirements we actually have within the state. And then also utilizing cooperatives. Again, that's something that's kind of, if you're interested in wanting to know more about cooperatives, we can meet on that separately. But it's one of those things where it does allow us to meet those competitive bidding requirements without us having to go before, and going out in a public process of publishing a bid on the street and making an award on our own. It's meeting again our competitive bidding requirements, and there are also some alliances that we strategically have aligned ourselves with to be able to do some of that as well. Identify the possible tools to allow us to be able to convey and meet those awarded requirements that we have, and hopefully thoroughly making sure that we're going to actually meet up with our customer and end user requirements. And again, working with the vendor community. One of the things that is really interesting, and we have to kind of make sure that people are considering on the purchasing side, is our relationship with vendors is not just simply a fiduciary process where we pay them. It's a partnership, especially during a period like this where it's very difficult for us to be able to get the materials that we need in place. It was very interesting, the principal at Tarvin, Christy, she was showing us a picture that somebody had actually taken to show her where an item was, and it's a picture out on the coast of California with, you couldn't even count the number of container ships out there, and somebody put an arrow saying, this is where your package is right now. And so you're like going, okay, this is the way things are right now. And it's very unfortunate, but we're trying to do what we can to make sure that we're finding the right resources and doing it on a timely basis. And of course, managing growth. We know that there's a reason why we put bonds out on the street, bond elections out on the street, to allow us to be able to cover these growths. And so what we need to do is make sure is when those the voters, if they agree, we do have the means and have pre-planned and have are available and ready to go forward with making those things happen. And growth is one of those things that we've just got to manage. And through all of that, there's a lot of project management that goes along with it. Just simply opening up an elementary school is a lot of people and a lot of time that has to be put before to be able to make that happen and be able to open the doors when we need to. And of course, making sure that the teachers and the students' needs are met. We obviously don't want them to walk into the classroom for the first day and find out that there's not any tables and chairs. We've got to be very prepared to be able to make sure that that happens. And again, working with the district support departments to make sure that what it is that they are needing to be able to meet the needs is also done as well. So for our ultimate role is obviously to be a true procurement partner. First of all, we have to be very strategic. We're not a processor. Our job is to find those resources, to be able to go and find those vendors that actually can meet our needs. We cannot be focused on just keeping up, but we have to strive to stay in front. That's one of the things, again, with a growing school district like we are, we've got to be very diligent in making sure that we're staying ahead. Be at the table from the start, not after the fact. That's one of the things that we are working with our departments and the campuses, making sure, don't wait on us to call you. You call us and let us know that you have a need. And of course, obviously, finding solutions. To be complacent with current processes is not the way we need to do it. As Elaine kind of alluded to, what my title is business process improvement. Well, guess what? That's one of the things I really focus in on. I'm one of those. I'm an efficiency nut. I do not like things to be inefficient, and so we've got to really strive to be able to make sure that we are staying ahead. And of course, the challenges and changes that actually go along with our process. Obviously, it's taking the processes we have that need to be fixed and making sure that they happen. Again, we have a school district that has grown. We may have some processes that actually were based on what Leander was. Well, Leander now is large, and therefore we have to make sure that we have a large vision. And of course, process improvement and such is going to be one of the other areas we need to make sure that we're actually meeting. And over time, small wins become effective changes to the grander scale of the district, as a whole. And of course, obviously balancing the best value versus the best interest of the district. So that was a purchasing 101 in a very short
You did
presentation.
Awesome. Thank you. That's
Well,
what we
thank you.
needed to
Thank
start.
you.
And then we'll see board members, any questions?
I have one.
Yes.
With updates to process and policy contemplated from your work here, I was curious to what extent you've collaborated with our internal auditor up to this point or intend to before finalizing those policy and process changes.
She is one of the resources that I go to be able to kind of test stuff out. One of the things that I do not like to do is just walk out of my office and say, guess what, I came up with a new process. One of the things that, matter of fact, I was just telling Elaine about it within the last week, is I have a group of about 20 of the admins, both on the campus and the departments, that I actually have as an advisory group. And so before we actually move something out that is going to be a district-wide process, I actually pull them together. We actually have a little chat discussion going on, but we also have, do Zooms. And we throw it at them, sit there and said, do not be shy, tell us exactly what's going on. And as I go through those processes, and again, with Ms. O'Neill, is just kind of making sure that she's very aware, because obviously she's going to have to support in those audits, what it is that we're wanting to come up with. And so she does does have the opportunity for her to be able to give us that input before we move forward. So.
All right, board members, if you want to continue to just peruse this in your off time, if you think there's a deep dive area we need to go, please let's reach out to Elaine and Jamie.
Yep.
Of course, Elaine, as you see us kind of processing through things, if you see a deep dive area, we'll just have y'all come back. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, well, thank you for the opportunity.
Awesome. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to our agenda item 8A1, the State Accountability Report. And we will be going into close somewhere around 9:30-ish. So just letting y'all know, if we don't get this agenda item, we'll put a pause in it, come back, or we'll figure it out.
Okay, good evening, Board of Trustees, Madam President, Dr. Gearing. I'm Brenda Cruz. I'm the Director for Assessment and Accountability and Academic Measures, and this is my colleague Emily Gray. She was with me when we did our STAR presentation not too long ago, actually, and she is the Senior Coordinator for K through 12 Academic Measures. So this evening, each year the Texas Education Agency publishes the State Accountability Report, which addresses the academic performance for our campuses and districts across the state. And traditionally, our current state accountability system provides ratings overall and in 3 domains of A through F, and those domains are listed on that screen of student achievement, progress, and closing the gaps. That has changed, obviously, since our last normal report in 2019. And so for 2021, this past year, the Texas Education Agency published a rating of not rated due to the pandemic, and therefore we do not have ratings to share, but we are going to be providing a summary of the data that has been provided by the agency this evening. So as we take a look, I would like to talk a little bit about how does it look different from our last, what we quote, normal accountability system report in 2019. So if you look to the right on the screen, that was our 2019 accountability ratings, and you can see you have a raw component score, a scale score, as well as that translates into an A through F rating within 3 domains. If you look to the left, you'll see our 2021, and they have some similarities, but in 2021, due to no ratings being shared by the agency, we have only raw scores. So I want to call your attention to, specifically as an example, star performance in the green box in domain 1 of student achievement on the left. You'll see a 55. Well, if we look at that and we think of that as what we traditionally would say in a grading scale of 55, that may seem like an F to some. It is not. It is a raw score. So that is a point that I just want to make as we look through all of these items this evening. You're going to see raw scores. You're not going to see scale scores or ratings. The other differences that you'll see is you'll see like not applicable in domain 2 for school progress. And we'll talk a little bit more as we go through the slides about why that is. And they have taken the domain 3, closing the gaps, and they have actually broken that data down by each one of the components for 2021. And then this year, due to the differences in participation, they have provided participation percentages for each of those domains in various aspects. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well during our presentation.
So that participation number jumped off the page at us when we opened this the first time and said, oh, 65%. We knew it was low. We came and talked to you guys about it, but when it's all rolled up into one number, it kind of jumps off the page. So our first instinct was to go see if other districts experience the same or similar level of participation. What you see on the top set of boxes there with lots and lots of numbers in a table represents every district in the state that has more than 20,000 students with less than 40% eco-desk. So this is not a selected group, this is all of them. And what we noticed is, so we pull up Round Rock first, and I bet they pull us up first, and we noticed that, okay, with their participation is very much in line with what we saw, and then basically none of the other districts of our size and eco-dis rate were. And so we started grouping them by geographic region. And we noticed that Comal, which is in the Austin-San Antonio area, but still not really in Austin, right, had a higher rate, but otherwise it seemed like districts in the Dallas-Fort Worth area had much higher participation and Houston area had higher. We looked at other local districts that aren't necessarily comparable in size or demographics, but are nearby, and saw, for the most part, more like what we saw, lower participation. So we are assuming this is a proxy for how many kids were virtual. What we don't have access to is the actual data on how many kids were in virtual or in-person learning on the day of the test for other districts. And we have it for ourselves, of course, but not other districts. But what we know from reading news reports, for example, is that Austin ISD had a large percentage of their students still in virtual learning in May of last year. And so we assume that that participation is, well, we know that it's dramatically impacted by the fact that our virtual students were not required to come into school to test. So we just want to point out that noticing that we had and a little bit of the implication of that. So if we go on to the next slide, so what does that mean for really making a lot of meaning out of this data? So I did a best case, worst case scenario. So if this is just on the pass rate, so of all the kids who took the STAR test in Leander ISD, 79% of them scored a passing score. But of course we know that was only 65% of the kids. So what if that mysterious 35% had all passed the test? If that, in that best case scenario, that's the top of this little bar, this little sort of stock market graph. The X is the real number for the students that we tested. And then if every single one of those students had failed the test, that's the bottom bar. And what I want you really to notice is just how big our bars are compared to the others. So it isn't exactly a measure of uncertainty, but it is a proxy for that as well, right? It gives us an impression of how much do we not know about what our STAR scores really mean. We could argue about what they mean in any year, but I would say in this particular graph, if I am in, I'm going to choose McKinney. If I'm in McKinney ISD, where my sort of level of uncertainty, the difference between my best and worst case is very, very small, I might be able to make better conclusions based only on this data point versus where we are, where it's really just a challenge to make any big conclusions. So at the student level, we absolutely can, but missing this much data is just really hard. Now, the reality, of course, is not that the true metric is probably pretty close to our X, right? It's not going to be in this big of a range. What I'm seeing in our beginning of year data, as we're starting to get our kids back and getting some data, is it's seeming like a lot of our virtual students are really high-performing students. Students that were virtual most of last year are really coming back in and doing great. So I think our students would have done well, but predicting the future is a difficult thing, even for us math geeks. So we just gave you some more context of, and we're going to dig into these details as we move through the presentation, but just these are those same set of districts and where they scored. Again, we want to point out these are the raw scores. So you notice that top row that Brenda talked about where we have a 55. That seems really low, but we wanted to provide you some context there of what those raw scores might look like looking at other districts as well. But keeping in mind, that's a lower participation rate for us than it is in a lot of those other places.
Okay, so as we go into each of these domains, our first domain is on student achievement. So we want to dig a little deeper in that. Again, we come back to that 55 that I had pointed out. That 55 is, again, just the raw score, and that is the average of the percent of test at each of those levels that approaches, meets, and masters. So that's where that 55 comes from. So this table shows you that level of performance for each student group. And again, that level of participation within each one as well. This is further broken down by our subject area and percent at each, and percent of test at each level. We've also included the number of tests because sometimes that percentage can be a little different, so we wanted to provide the number of tests for each subject area as well.
In our constant search for context, what we are looking at here is our 18-19 results, the blank 19-20 year, and then our 2021 results. The blue lines represent Leander ISD at the 3 different performance levels, approaches, meets, and masters. We're looking for context about is the slope of our line similar or flatter than the state as a whole? So the gold lines represent the approaches, meets, and masters rates for the state of Texas over that same time period. One thing I want to point out, so the one line where our data seems a little steeper is that meets level. So the one big policy change, in addition to a whole bunch of kids not taking the test, is the substitute assessments. So kids that use their PSAT score to replace an end of course exam. In 2019, that counted in our accountability system as a meets grade level score. In 2021, it was not included at all. They are excluded from the data. So we think that's a lot to do with why that one looks a little different than the others. When we look at something like the masters, where that is every tested student compared to every tested student, and that line being a little flatter, these are technical terms, that made us feel like we were in the ballpark at least. Again, seeking context despite the limited participation. Hey, one thing that everybody participated in though is graduating. And really almost everybody participated in it, which is great. So the one thing I want to caution you though is graduation data and accountability is always a year old. So we're looking at the class of 2020. So think back to the class of 2020. These are students whose senior year was disrupted in March, but things like taking an SAT, most of them had already done and probably had had the opportunity to do multiple times. They probably had the opportunity to test, well, they did have the opportunity to test in the school day in March of their senior year, or excuse me, their junior year, and then they had the whole fall and part of the spring of senior year to retest as needed. So what we saw in something like TSI, which is based on those tests, is an incredibly stable system. Our class of 2021 had a lot more disruption, right? They actually did get in their junior year SAT under the wire the first week of March of 2020. And so even our current senior class is where we're gonna continue to see that disruption show up. These are the different ways that you can achieve being considered a college career military graduate. Things like AP, again, the senior year of these students was disrupted, but lots of kids take AP and IB exams in their junior year as well. Dual credit had some, but not a significant impact yet. One place that I think we did see some impact was in those industry-based certifications. If you think about if I'm in a welding class and school shuts down, it becomes more difficult for me to complete that certification. And so while we had a stable number there, in reality, in course enrollment, we had increased. And so we expect for 2021 that number actually to increase because those students, we kind of figured it out, right? And we had lots of certifications achieved last school year. And then again, our ways for our special education students to achieve this college career military readiness as well. So we have a very stable system, and we are looking forward to learning how the class of 2021 did, given their challenges of their senior year. One other thing I want to point out is each kid counts in that bottom row, the getting there anyway, anyhow, one time, but students might achieve CCMR multiple methods, right? So they might both meet TSI and pass an AP test. So the numbers above are counting kids multiple times, maybe. When you compare us to other districts of similar size in EcoDis, we actually, in class of 2020, had the highest rate of students achieving that college career military readiness metric. So that's a huge celebration. And then briefly, graduation rate is the third component of domain one. You get to count the highest of 4, 5, and 6 year graduation. And so the tiny, tiny numbers say 99.5% of our kids graduated in 5 years there. And you can see all of those numbers are very high.
Okay, and we move into domain 2, which is school progress. And if you remember back to one of the very first slides, it had not applicable in our summary report there. And so I want to talk a little bit about why that is. In our domain 2 for school progress, part A looks at the number of students who are on track or have grown at least 1 year. And what they do is they actually take the score from the current year in that content area and compare it to the previous year to determine that growth. Well, since we didn't have 2020 state assessment, we do not have the ability to calculate that growth, or TA didn't have that ability to calculate that growth. So that will be missing, which we'll talk a little bit about. That will also impact this next year because the students who did not take a STAR assessment in one or more subject areas in this past year in 21 If they take it in 22, they will also not have a growth measure for that for this year. So those, our accountability system will be impacted in that manner, and that's certainly indicative of the other school districts as well. Part B is looking at the achievement of those students to districts or campuses with very similar economically disadvantaged percentages. And again, so we had a 70 there. Again, I would remind all that that is a raw score and not equal to a rating. Domain 3 is closing the gaps. This is the domain in which we are looking at each student group, and we're going to take you through the components, I guess I should say, of Domain 3. In Domain 3, this is where the federal part starts coming in, those requirements and targets. And so we're going to look at how each student group performs in relation to that target. So in our first one, when we're looking at academic achievement, we're looking at the meets performance level. So we have approaches, which is where they're entering at the passing level, and then masters at the highest. This is in that very middle at the meets for reading and math. So I'd call your attention here. So you can see the student groups across the top blue bar. You will also see that for each content area, so for example, ELA reading, there is a target that is set there. That target is set from the state average back in 2016-17. And actually, TA had asked for that to be removed for this year, for those targets to be removed, and that was not granted by the U.S. Department of Education. So the targets do remain for all of the districts what you see. So for example, let's look at Hispanic. So for Hispanic, you have a target in ELA reading of 37 and a 40 in math. So if that student group met or exceeded that target, you will see a yes. If they did not, you will see a no stated for that target. So then we come down to the indicators. So it counts up the number of basically yes responses there. So again, we had 19 out of those 27, which is what the 70% of the indicators mean. So another component in Domain 3 is graduation. In this domain, we're using the 4-year federal graduation rate, and all student groups have a target of 90%. So this target, this is a little different one. So this target is not met even if the percent is above 90. So I want to call your attention to look at like 2 or more races for that student group. That target is not met if the percent dropped from the previous year and is below the long-term target of 94%. So that's why you will see that it's a little different one. Right, it's a little confusing. I see. Use it. That's right. Exactly. The next one is on our English language proficiency, which is really looking at measuring the English language learners' progress toward achieving that English language proficiency, and we have 100% met. And then finally, we have our student success and school quality, which are the final 2 areas. And basically, student success is looking at that calculation across all subjects from Domain 1, from looking at that approaches, meets, and masters level by student group, and if that target was met. And then the school quality is looking at that federal CCMR standards for each student group. So the access to the entire 2020-21 State Accountability Report can be found at the links provided here, as well as the accountability manual for your pleasure in reading.
Really fun.
Oh, yes, definitely. But one of the things that I think we would like to kind of share this evening is kind of as we close, we want to remind everyone that as we showed in the very beginning, 2019 was really our last year of what we would call our normal year and a complete report under our current accountability system. Okay, we know we didn't have one in 2020. In 2021, this past year, which this report is based on, was limited data, right, due to the differences in participation and so forth. We know that as we go into 2022, Emily and I referenced a couple of points this evening, that it will certainly be impacted as well, if indeed, when that time comes, and if we could only predict what the next how many months include, if indeed that is a normal assessment time, it still will not be a complete accountability report under this current system. And then in 2023, it's a complete reset to a new accountability system. So when I say 2019 was our last really complete year, this is really true. So whether we have state assessment results, whether we have a complete accountability report, again, unknowns, right? We are really still truly committed to our students and our community to really look at that individual student growth for each and every student. We also look to a more comprehensive accountability report through our community-based accountability system, which you have shared with us in that conversation before. Because those also reflect the attributes that we have talked about in the graduate profile, in the hopes and dreams conversations with our community, and through our student voice. So we look forward to the work ahead as it merges with our strategic plan. Certainly to replace whatever accountability system that the state decides upon, but to walk beside it, to tell the rest of our story about the wonderful things that our students are doing. And this evening when I saw Grandview Hills up here sharing, of course that made my heart pitter patter a little bit, because it's near and dear to my heart. And so it's those wonderful opportunities that our students are engaged in that we want to also showcase and shine. Thank you.
So thank you all so much for the presentation. Board members, have a couple of thoughts, and I'd like your ideas on what you see from here. And please, y'all can play along too. The question is, do we think we need to do more discussions on this item? Or is this like the procurement where we got the overview and now we want to maybe dive into what you were talking about, the CBA or the assessment test, what do we call them? Our maps,
Right.
iStations, right?
The other collection of data and information for our students.
So I want to make sure the board gets to the proper time we need, kind of diving in and having the discussion we need. But I also want to make sure we have that in an understanding of, well, if y'all think we need to look at other things as well, that you help feedback us. So I'll start with y'all. What are the next updates coming up as learning, so we have an idea of when we're thinking of what?
So, sure. I know, because I've been involved in this presentation too, we have a House Bill 3 report coming in the next meeting where we will talk about, in particular, third grade STAR and CCMR. And we will be bringing in some MAP and ISIP data at that point, and also we'll have our content leads, our curriculum folks talking about the plans, so sort of the action. So we get to report the numbers, but I do know there will be some action steps shared at that point. So that's one upcoming presentation that I know about.
Mm-hmm. All right, board members, and also totally fine to pause, go do our close like we need to, and come back and continue discussions here. So I'm just, again, trying to figure out what y'all want to do.
I was just going to add, I know last board meeting we had talked about getting in our board memos updates on the current tests that were administered 2 weeks ago, the MAPS test. So I'm fine waiting till we get all the information that we talked about at the last board meeting in our board memo. Thank you.
For me, I want to see all that I would like to see it all together so that you can tell that story and we can see all of those pieces side by side. That would be helpful for me. I have questions about some of this, but I think I may be asking questions that you're going to answer with the rest of the story. So I'd like to wait on those until I have the rest of the story.
For my part, I have a number of questions. I don't think my questions are going to be answered by the future material. They're really about what was presented tonight. I'm happy to send you those questions, but I'd just like to make sure that we have an opportunity to have this material brought back again and those specific questions responded to.
Absolutely. If you'd like to send this to us, we would be happy to answer. Thank you.
All right, well, since then, so we can all as a board kind of have that learning discussion, since you are going to bring it back, maybe you could bring this back so that you can tell us what questions you're answering. Board members, send them questions now and throughout the week so that they're ready by the next time they
And
come back.
I want to clarify, I'm sorry, so I believe, I'm looking at her in the audience, so Jennifer Collins and I believe Matt Bentz will be sharing that data, but we can certainly be available, as Aaron mentioned, to answer questions in between or to be on hand to help with the data pieces. Again, we know the numbers inside out, but that next steps piece is gonna be Jennifer and Matt and their teams, for sure.
That helps.
But we're happy to support however you need us.
Okay.
I was just going to add from my part, the questions may require a little discussion, so having an opportunity to go into some of that material would be great, but I'm happy to kind of give you direction on where the questions are leading me, right?
So I think we'd like you back. Okay? All right, give us some more time to dig into that and prepare your questions. Board members, it is 9:32, and we are going to need to be going into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.07 for deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment, reassignment duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. To be clear and have that transparency, we are still going to talk about the appointment period, our item 5A, consider appointment for board vacancy. There will be no action that takes place in closed session. We'll have to come back out if we do that, but I do imagine it'll be about an hour and a half before we come back out. When we do come back out, we do still have agenda items as well. So for board members or anybody else listening, I expect it will be a long evening. All right, thank you. Not yet. All right, board members, we are back here into open session, and we will be taking up item 5A, board vacancy. Consider appointment to our board.
I move to appoint Sade Fakush Khan to place 5 on the Board of Trustees until the next trustee election in November 22.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna and a second from Christine. Is there any discussion?
I appreciate that we talked to some different folks. I felt that her participation on district-wide committees and serving in leadership PTA roles would make her a great candidate.
All right. Board members, I am struggling a bit because I appointed this person actually to a committee before I knew that they were interested in this position. So, or that we were going to talk about this position. So part of me is wanting to make sure that I do full disclosure, but I don't know how the process is, or I didn't ask Sean ahead of time, but I just want to make sure that that is known, that I had reached out to our community when we were looking for certain appointees, and this individual's name came to me, and so I did appoint them. We've actually appointed several people. What we found out is there were a lot of people who talked about being on SHAC or our Bond Oversights Committee, our CFAC, our facilities, and I think as a board, we're going to continue to do more appointments, but I wanted to make sure that I was offering full disclosure. So there we go. Didn't realize, though, her name would come back at this time. So, all right, board members, any other discussion or questions? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 board members. All those opposed, please raise your hand. 1 opposed, and then 1 abstention. So we have 4 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstain. And with that, we have our new appointee to take her place on the board. We will now be moving to our next agenda item. 8B1. Oh, in case you're wondering about the swearing in, that will not happen until our next meeting. Yeah, we're not doing the swearing in or the oath of office until our next meeting. Okay. 8B1, board self-assessment based on the State Board of Education framework for school board development. B1, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull this all up. So board members, this is the State Board of Education framework for board development. So what this is it's the training module or component or tool or instrument, I can't figure out my words, it's 1138, that we'll use to decide kind of what training do we think we need to do as a board. So this was developed through our State Board of Education system using the statute and the various pieces of statutes of what is required for good board work. So when you do that, they pulled this together, it's out there, and so those are the pieces that y'all are asked to answer questions on to say what parts do we need work on. When you go through it, there's several parts. We don't need to go through all of it tonight. What I wanted to look is at the parts that we identified where we needed the most work immediately. Page 7 focuses its actions on the following board operating procedures while providing oversight of the superintendent, policymaking, planning, and goal setting, progress monitoring, and evaluation while avoiding involvement in the daily operations and management. And that was under systems and processes. So I've highlighted that one as the one that it seemed like most of us said we need work and training on that area. I believe it was 4 of us said we could improve on that. And 3 said stat, is that right? Can somebody, we got different numbers, but do we have 3 who said we need to do that immediately? Is that right? Anybody? Yeah.
Does this include Mr. McKay's responses, or how do we get 7 responses, or is that Dr. Gearing participated? Okay.
Dr. Gearing's. He didn't have the stat though. So there's 3 of us who had stat. All right. So I would like just a little discussion on why we think that is a stat for us. Why do we think we need to get that done? What stands out to you about that? There were 3 of us who said yes. You're like, I took that so long ago, it's 11:30 at night, I don't remember now.
I think I picked yes because after reading the board governance book over and over and over again, I think that as a board, we could benefit from it because I've caught myself getting into the weed of things. I don't know. I just felt like we could benefit some more governance core training. Remembering what our role is as a trustee and not getting into the weeds.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's exactly what I did. You know, just the governance core was fresh on my mind. And I think seeing the words where it said, you know, the avoiding involvement in the daily operations of management, like kind of remembering our place and understanding that we need to stay in the balcony and all of that stuff. So that's what kind of stood out to me. So that's why I chose, pretty much sure why I chose we needed to focus on that one.
Yeah, I'll add, in my workplace, I am managed by a board. I'm actually managed by 2 boards. And I think I recently told Bruce, it's been interesting because sometimes I feel myself in the flip-flop where I was like, okay, the role of the board and the staff, and so it's made me kind of reflect on that, and so I thought that that would be something that would be useful for our board.
All right, so we'll continue to look at that and kind of see what we can develop for our Team of 8 training back in December. So we'll do that. The other item I see is synergy and to do teamwork. Remain focused on its goals and priorities as opposed to individual agendas separate or apart from shared vision. And I had a lot of green for that one showed up. So I was curious what your thoughts were on that. Kind of what training do you think? What does this look like? Paint done, what training do we need that's going to help to get us?
I think it goes back to that governance role and just keeping at it and just, you know, keep ingraining it, you know, what our role is and whatnot.
Do you think some training is maybe where we focus on, when I look at this, focusing on how do we do this shared vision, but still keep, right, board individual, like I believe governance core talks about, there's a thing about board unity is different from board uniform, right? We don't all have to think the same, be the same, we can have different beliefs, but how do you all get behind and kind of steer the ship? I think on a Team of 8 training, we went to, Anna and I were at that one meeting, and he said the equivalent was, you know, the superintendent is the bus driver driving, and then everybody's giving him directions. But if everybody tells him to turn on different streets, it gets kind of wild. So, okay, we will look at training for that. The only other one I saw then that would stand out, is that still 3 for, yeah. Still that had a lot of green. Annually evaluate your performance as a team with attention given to the district vision, goals, fulfill the board duties and commitments, and the board's working relationship with the superintendent. So To me, this signaled that I think y'all wanted to do kind of just board goals, see how we were evaluating our work as a board. That's what I thought that meant. But I'd like your thoughts if you're thinking that means something else, because again, this develops our team of 8 training, and then where we might go look at extra training.
Yeah, I think for me, this one stood out. Of course, Anna and I are both coming up on our year, and so we weren't sure, well, at least for me, I wasn't sure exactly what this looks like. And so I thought, well, maybe we need some training around that to understand how do we evaluate ourselves? How do we, what do we see that needs to be, worked on, and set goals for the future?
Any other questions? Okay. Now, with all this great feedback, the team, Lynn's been listening, get notes. We'll try to devise kind of what we do for a team of 8. The other thing I'd like to put on our radar, our thoughts, NSBA, I know we've talked about if that might be a training we want to do. It's actually a conference, and they have different sessions. That would be in April. And then there's also the TASB one in San Antonio as well. But be thinking about the different training opportunities. And we'll see if we can't take the feedback, maybe get some type of goals down. Maybe that would be us looking at our board goals, is to reach some of these trainings. So, all right. Is there anything else that you got from this? Otherwise, we are moving on. All right. Consider approval of the Board of Trustees operating procedures. Board members at this time, I don't expect that, well, right now, the thought wasn't that we were going to go ahead and just approve the whole procedures. We need to have discussion, and trying to discuss every single thing tonight probably is not going to be the best thing for us as a board right now. But I did want to go down to at least the discussion on, well, there were 3 areas, but we'll start with the first one, and then we'll move on and see if we have time. Otherwise, I think this first one will eat up a lot of time. And as far as we want to talk about the citizen comments, how do we want to handle citizen comments going forward? Now, as a subcommittee, there was discussion on what does it mean to do virtual versus in person? What kind of barriers are in place? Why couldn't we do that as a board? What were the reasons? And so as a subcommittee, we delved into a lot of those discussions. Why do you do it for a certain number of minutes? Or why would you could, the other thing we talked about as a subcommittee is when you have citizens come talk, you could actually focus citizens and say, we just want you to talk on agenda items, and you couldn't talk at all at non-agenda items. The discussion, I would say at a committee level there is, well, then it kind of gets to us trying to interrupt somebody and going, well, I'm sorry, that's not on the agenda. And that's not a fun thing to do either. So from the subcommittee, that's why we left it as our community could talk about non-agenda items, our agenda items. We wanted to leave it open. And sometimes there's some good non-agenda items that our community brings us, right? And so that's why that stayed open, and you don't see it just where we're restricting to only agenda items all the time. The only time we restrict on agenda items is when we're doing those special meetings, those workshops where it's that one particular item. And so then we get down to the time, and so that's where I'd like some board discussion, is the time that we want to do for our meetings. Now, this number, we could do 3 minutes if we wanted to start, and say 3 minutes up to so many people, and then we'll go down to 2 minutes, and then we could go down to 1. That's kind of the process we have right now. The process we have right now is we'll hear 3 minutes up to 45 people, and then when we get to 45 people, we move it down to 1.5 minutes. And then the next number, I believe, is 60 or 65. We haven't gotten there. 60. When we get 60 people, we'll drop down to 1 minute. So what's being proposed here is kind of this weird little hybrid situation where instead of having 3 tiers of drop, there's just 2. It's a 2 minute, and then at some number would go to 1 minute. But if y'all want to do a 3 minute entry level to so many people and then a 2 minute, we could do that too. So I'd like to hear y'all's conversation on that.
I'll say I don't have a concrete response here. Yesterday, I did give testimony at the Capitol, and Anna laughs because I said, they only give me 2 minutes. I have so much I have to say. I can't say it all in 2 minutes. They had, I think we had 132 comments, and everyone had 2 minutes, and it moved through, and those were the expectations that our Capitol has. So I see where we came up with the 2. It's something that I think some of our surrounding districts do, and it is also what our state legislators do with the 2-minute testimony. So it can be done. I am concerned that, like tonight, as one of the speakers said, we had someone from Child Nutrition Services, and it was, I think, really important to hear everything she had to say, and many other speakers too, don't get me wrong. But I also know that's not the only place for them to comment. Like, we can receive emails, and even if we don't respond to emails, we read emails, and we're able to process that. So while 2 minutes, it is, when we're used to 2 minutes is a change, but it is the expectation at our state capitol, and so it's not an unrealistic amount.
You sure? Okay. One thing I wanted to comment on was, I know that some people were talking about how, the sign-up sheets were going to be available from 8 to 12, but what was not mentioned this evening was that that sign-up is still available online. So you don't have to, yes, it's from 8 to 12. That does give our administration a chance to prepare. And the online sign-up is available at the same time. So it's not like anyone has to come to the administration building and sign up in person. It is available online. And so I just wanted to make that clear to everyone that we're not taking that ability away. It's just a timing difference. As far as the 2 minutes goes, I do think, as one of our speakers said tonight, having that extra time to hear students or to hear, somebody that might be nervous, I think it is important that we listen. I wonder if maybe we could go to 2.5 minutes so that we're kind of splitting the difference. I don't know if that's something we could consider.
Yeah, we can consider all of it. So yeah.
Okay, that way we're not dropping it by a full minute, but we are being a little bit more in line with what our state legislature does and things like that, but not cutting it all the way back might be something to consider.
All right, board members, what do y'all think about the 2.5 minute discussion? All right, so then let's keep moving then. Okay.
I was just going to say that. Yeah. I was just going to say that originally, based on the alignment with other governmental entities and how they manage testimony, I think the 2-in-1 makes sense. But I think my concern is around the timing of the change and the perception on how it affects particular members of our community and how it potentially suggests that certain viewpoints, based on kind of what's been going on here lately, that certain viewpoints aren't as important as others. So my recommendation would be, if we want to make this kind of a change, that we think about doing this maybe a year from now. Maybe we can do some other things to improve the relationship with our community, and maybe we can consider this a year from now. The other comment I was going to make is, I think based on the feedback I heard this evening, I would recommend that we consider leaving the sign up open for 24 hours from noon the day before the meeting to noon the day of the meeting, so that if members of the community need a certain window of time based on work schedule or whatever to sign up, that they can do that.
Can we get input on administration on how does that work? Doing the noon the day before and to noon the day of the meeting?
We certainly wouldn't be monitoring it over the evening hours. We could set a auto response so that there was an acknowledgement that it had been received. Cutting off at noon, what that does allow us to do is know exactly how many speakers we have and determine what the amount of speaking time is, and then send them, after the cutoff, send them a confirmation that tells them what their speaker number is and what the speaking time is, so that they have time to adjust their remarks. So if we left it at 3, but at whatever that mark is that we drop, it lets us give them advance notice so that they could prepare their remarks appropriately for that time slot. So it's doable. Now, that works fine for our regular meetings at 6:15. Meetings that fall outside of our regular range would need some adjustment.
So we'd have to get Sean to figure out how to do that contingency for meetings that are, let's say we have our team of 8. Our team of 8's on a Saturday, so it wouldn't be 11 to 11 because our team of 8 could be going at 11. So we'll have to take the spirit of what we're saying and then get language back at our next meeting. So we're not going to vote on this tonight. So, okay.
One item that I'd like us to consider that I've seen in other school districts recently to encourage student voice is that if students sign up and they are current LISD students, that they, and I know this is more work, so I'm not sure how we do this or how we go about this, but they're moved to the top of the comment section, that they're able to go first. If they are current LISD students, to kind of just, when there's a lot, they can come in, give comments, and then students can go. I've also seen where they create like a safe place for them to sit, where there's student section if students want to come. I think with some of the environment, sometimes it is for a student, I think it's wonderful, and we want to encourage more student voice, and it's a little nerve-wracking. So maybe if we could add some things in there that kind of encourages and supports students' participation.
Board members, that's one board member's voice. Any thoughts?
When we were looking at the different comments at various school districts, I actually watched 15 different board meetings. And that was one of the, for me, is like, what are districts our size doing? They're putting that student voice first and up at the front. So I know we had talked about it in the committee. If our admin can do it, I know that that's something we had talked about. Just to be able to give them that space and that time was, as a board member, I would appreciate that. Another thing I wanted to add on to the board operating procedures, I have a question. I've only been here 11 months. When's the last time this board operating procedure has been updated before we took it on?
So we did the 20, oh my goodness, I don't remember, was it 2019?
I guess what I'm getting at is,
it was right before COVID.
So 2019. So I guess my other question is citizens' comments. Has that always been the structure since these board operating procedures, since we've been, I'm going to just say, a smaller district? Like, I'm just trying to understand the history.
When COVID happened, because of the number of testimonies and the meetings, that's when we put in a structure. And this is board words right now. Like, we had temporary operating procedures we put in place, and the temporary operating procedures were 3 minutes for to 45 speakers, and at 45 speakers, we're cutting it down to the 2 minutes, and then at 60 speakers, we're going to go down to 1.
Okay, so not that long ago, I'm guessing. Okay, and then my other thing I wanted to let y'all know how I feel about committees, board committees, and it's not on there. This, what I would like, I'm asking for my fellow board members to email Donna. Let us know what y'all like in those committees as far as the direction of the board, how we appoint our board appointments, just different things that, fancy your mind when it comes to board committees. So that's not on here. It's planning to come hopefully soon, right, Trish?
Right, and it goes back to that transparency, which I was kind of talking about earlier. Like, we appoint a lot of people, but is it all in one place? Do people know who we're appointing? And to just make sure we've got that transparent layer. So yeah, there's some language that we could add there. And maybe when we see what the district's committee looks like versus board committees, that may help how that language looks. So, can I go back to citizen comments before we move on? So, I'm hearing we keep it the way we've got it now as far as time. So it's 3 minutes until we hit 45. And then when we hit 45 speakers, it's going to go to 2 minutes. And then when we hit 60 speakers, it goes to 1 minute. It will never go below 1 minute. We're going to let people talk on agenda and non-agenda items. And we're currently talking about on regular meetings to make sure we have we're trying to get a longer period of time for sign up. So it's an 11 to 11, was that a 11 to 11 situation? Was that what you suggested, Aaron?
No, I chose noon to noon
Oh,
because
noon to noon.
there was a 12 p.m. cutoff in
There it
the
is.
current.
So noon to noon is the current suggestion that's out there. And then we'll need to have administration try to figure out how that might look for special meetings or meetings that aren't at our regularly scheduled 6:15 time.
I had one other comment that I forgot to raise earlier, which was simply that with the 12 p.m. cutoff the day of the meeting, the way the policy is currently written, or I should say the procedure is currently written, one of my I support that direction to give administration time to prepare for the meeting and for us to be all buttoned up going into the meeting. One concern I had was that if board book materials are added after 12 o'clock, that may cause people reading and reviewing those materials to want to speak after that window has been closed for sign up. And so my sort of partner suggestion is that with that 12 o'clock cutoff, we also have there will be exceptions, right? Recognizing the need for exceptions, there would be a standard expectation that board book is complete by noon the day of the meeting, so that folks wishing to speak can make that determination based on a complete board book.
Yeah, maybe we can figure out administration and Sean can work together on what that word exceptions or complete look like, because sometimes there's a typo that's changed. Or I'll give you a great example for this when we're talking about our training. There was 2 surveys. Somebody had put in a survey twice, so both surveys got loaded up. That had to come out and then go back up, and that was, I think, within that time frame. So sometimes there will be exceptions. So we'll figure out how to do that on average most of the time and see what that language looks like.
About if we did decide to split the time and go to 2 minutes and 30 seconds and try something like that, I do think that since people are used to something right now, I'm not saying we wait a year, but I do think saying maybe starting in 2022 or January, having some type of period space for that is something I would consider as an option.
Wait, say that again.
Like if I think Aaron said you offered to wait a year, and I'm saying I would say we could talk. I entertain the idea of us waiting until like 2022 in January to implement those changes so that there's a defined start to the changes, if that makes sense. That's just what I'm proposing. And it could be all of them or none of them or some of them, but I think it should be consistent and clear. Clear is kind. And if we're going to make changes like that, there be like a defining point of when we're moving to that system. If that's just one option, one suggestion.
All right. And then the other earlier statement was students, a student section. So somebody's taking notes somewhere, correct? I hope so. Okay. Yeah. I just didn't know if I need to be writing notes on this. Otherwise, we'll just go back and listen to this later. I'd like to draw your attention to the parliamentary procedure part of the discussions in the agenda item. I'm looking for where that is. I think that's in. Thank you. Oh, yeah, it was right there. So board members, this is kind of how do we want to do what we do? And it's there's a bit of science and a bit of art. So in case of a tie vote, a motion fails, right? Some of these things are only a board member who's counted as present can participate in the discussion, debate, or voting. Those are basic things. But this is the one that, number 5, I think I would like to hear from y'all on what this looks like for you. Encourage board members to be thoughtful and questioning and allow others to engage and participate, not to monopolize the discussion. So board members, what I want to know is when we're doing this, sometimes I will say something like share the mic. Like ask one question and then somebody else asks a question, somebody else asks a question. But what happens if you have a train of thought and you're kind of like, I got a few questions here and I need to get finished, but that's not sharing the mic. And then all of a sudden you feel like, wait, we got to get done with this agenda item because we have 400 other things we got to do, or 5 other things we've got to do, whatever that is. So how do y'all want to handle kind of pulling up our items and doing that discussion? Does this get at it, and what does this look like for you?
I want to point out there's a period missing.
Oh my God, I was going to say the same thing.
Trish, I think this goes back to our previous agenda item in regards to, as a board, the governance training. And I feel like this is one of those things where if we do the required training, we understand our role as a governance, I think we will then understand as a board how we operate in the boardroom. So I don't really have an answer to that until we get our training.
All right. So we'll hold on to that. I'd also like you to look at item number 12. This comes actually out of like our State Board of Education type of framework, but there's this discussion of when your board votes, you support the decision of the, is it 12? Is it 11? I'm sorry, number 11. Once a majority decision has been reached, individual board members will publicly support the vote. We might need to change wording. We might need to talk about what this means. This goes back to that whole, there's a difference between a unity of board and uniform. Uniform doesn't mean that uniform does mean that. The unity, the idea of us all getting behind a vision and getting behind board vote shouldn't get rid of your beliefs, your thoughts, your voice. So how does this look when we're out in public? And for the most part, we navigate well, but there are going to be tricky votes we have. And so when you look at statute and under SBOE, it talks about, you can go look at the language. It's under synergy and teamwork, and look at that language of talking about this whole unity of board. And they don't use the word unity, but it's something in a similar concept. But I'd like y'all's thoughts on that. And we don't have to have all that discussion tonight. Maybe we need some more board training on it. Maybe we take this off now. Or we just copy the SBOE framework language. So any thoughts right now about that?
Is this the SBOE language currently?
I'll go look real quick while you are talking and see if it's SBOE language.
The language of it kind of, rubs me the wrong way, I guess, because it's like you have to publicly support it. And I know what we're saying because of like some of the training. Even if I vote against something, if the board votes for something, I'm going to honor the will of the board. But this language makes me feel like I'm supposed to be out there saying, yay, blah, 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 even though that's not. Maybe I'll just shut up on that item and won't say anything publicly about it. So the language of it kind of just bothers me, that publicly support. So I'm just wondering if there's, I get what we're saying, but maybe there's a different way to frame that so that you're not asking people to publicly support something that they don't agree with, right?
Still, we need to figure out how that looks. Here's the SBOE language. Respects the right of individual members to express their viewpoints and vote their convictions, and honors the decision of the majority.
That works for me.
Me too. So that you would still be able to, I think, when people are like, you didn't vote for that, why didn't you? Well, here's why I didn't vote that. But this is
I'm going to respect
the board vote is this, and we're moving forward, and now we're going. That's kind of how I would see that argumentation going. Do we like that language?
I like that language works a lot better for me.
Awesome. Okay, I think that is, no, that is not all my questions, but I think that's it. It's midnight, so let me just tell you what the other one was gonna be, and y'all can noodle on it some more, is how are we gonna do this placing items on the agenda? And this really does need some board thought on how we want to do this, because we have a board planning agenda. We'll adopt our board planning agenda that says, in general, here's the subjects that are coming up. But what happens if you have a board member who's like, oh my goodness, I really want to talk about Mickey Mouse right now. And so I know you're wondering, what? We won't do that because it's so I want to talk about the mouse right now. I really want to talk about a mouse right now. But it's going to be up next week, and you want to talk about the mouse right now? Yeah, but I really want that on the agenda. So do you want us to go ahead and put that on the agenda even though we know the mouse is coming up that next week or in that next month? Or do we say, oh, but that topic's coming up, let's do that, and then have the discussions? As a board, how do we want to try to navigate these waters? And maybe we don't need to navigate it. Maybe it's okay for us to just leave it open, but I just want to make sure y'all look at it and think about, how do we want to do our agenda planning? And how do we want to put items on the agenda? Also, if you'll notice, it says 2 or board members will make a request to put something on the agenda, and it goes on the agenda. The only exception that I thought was in here, now we'll go back and look at it when we need to look at it, but the only exception I would think was if we know it's coming up on that board planning agenda, or if y'all just discussed it at the last meeting. Remember, that goes back to that whole you honor the decision of the board type thing. So think about that, of how we want to navigate it, because it's better to figure it out now before we get in the tricky waters and then try to write it. Yeah? All right, that's all the questions. Please keep thinking, get Holly your information, get Donna any details you might have about how we might do committee language and board operating procedures, and we should have a beautiful red line version for our next meeting. And most of this discussion will hopefully be done by then, because we've already done it tonight. So we'll just be able to see it in writing and be affirmed. Okay. We will move on to is there any more question? Because it looked like you're all done. But
no, I was just going to echo what you said. If you guys have questions, concerns, or things to add in, please email Donna so we can get an actual representation and voice of our board for this.
And if you want to copy Holly on that at the same time too, that might work too as well. All right, board members, report on school naming charter process for elementary number 29, 8C2.
I never get to go after midnight and say good morning. I know that's the joke no one likes, but nonetheless, we were here. I'm just going to kind of go through this as quickly as possible. Y'all know CW Local is your policy around school naming. I'd like to tweak our process this time based on previous experiences. We submitted this in a board memo about 2 months ago. So just re-bringing that to y'all here in the open meeting. I'd like to establish a charter to have a committee come back. I'd like to continue the practice of having an open naming form submission where anybody in the community can submit nominations, but actually form a committee from the attendance zones where the school is being constructed. For those watching at home, this is about Elementary 29, which is in the Bryson subdivision in Leander. I was on the site this past week, and it's been built, and it's going to open up next year, and we'd love to have a name for it. Through the process, we would have nominations from the entire community. We would have a committee from people who live in the attendance zones, review all of the names, review the credentials, and then come back to y'all with a recommendation where you continue to have your board assigned duty of picking that name. If you guys are okay with this, what we would do is we would complete the project charter. I'll actually go through the community and see who would be interested in serving on a committee, and include those names in the charter, and then y'all could approve that at your next meeting, and then we would start soliciting names and hopefully bring to you a recommendation in December, so we can go into January with a principal that has a name, and we can start talking mascot with the principal. I am open to any feedback that y'all might have.
I just want to clarify, I was at the Monday meeting. The committee will include only those who live in the attendance zone for Elementary 29.
Yeah, so my suggestion would be we would have some sort of forum where we would try to get persons who are in the community in the attendance zone, since we have attendance zones already for the school, and allow them the opportunity to volunteer, and that's where we would go.
Fantastic. That was a big concern with a lot of the individuals who attended the meeting on Monday, is that community is a very tight-knit community, and they want to have a say in how the school is named, so I appreciate that.
And the committee will bring us preferably more than one name back, right? Would have some type of choice, and maybe something like the bond committee where we saw their, is it weights, or how does that?
That is up to you, and we could put that in the charter.
Okay.
I would suggest taking one recommendation, and then you can vote that up or down, and then have suggestions, but that is up to y'all. If you wanted to review multiple ones, I mean,
I would like the bond committee where you see the names, right? And however they had tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, so at least then we have some discussion as a board.
So just my concern, and again, with that, is you're ranking, if there are persons' names, they're people, it seemed like you're ranking the contributions of individuals. And that
I'm
was
open to suggestion, but the board does pick the name, and so what I don't want is if they get one name and something happens and the board's like, well, no, and then we're off over here. So I don't know how, I would like to figure out how we want to do it, but just one name I think is going to be very problematic for this board.
I think my only concern about that is that none of y'all live in that attendance zone, right? This is truly a community-led effort. And I can tell you right now, like that meeting, they were already a little mad at us for other reasons. But if we're truly going to empower the community's voice, and especially, when you open up a new school, you need that name, that principal, that branding, that's big. And you've got to have that right off the bat in order for, you've seen the way the new schools we've opened. My only concern with that is, this committee made up with individuals who live in this attendance zone, who are going to be sending their kids there, who are dealing with everything, guarding, building a school, that their voice will not be truly heard. That's my only concern. So,
my concern is if there's just one recommendation, we've essentially outsourced the board's responsibility for naming, and I'm not sure what our input process is if we have one. So, I'm a little concerned about that as well. I'm not sure if I have an answer. This is part of why this process has been hard to wrangle for a long time.
And I think for me as the board policy, you guys this has been on the agenda for you guys to talk about, and it's not getting talked about. So I feel like at this point, we've empowered our administration to go forward and do that. I mean, if that's something board policy wants to take up and make a policy on it, I would support you guys to do that. But right now, I mean, we've got a school being built. We have a principal, I think, in the agenda we're supposed to hire. Again, we're talking about community voice. We're talking about empowering our parents. This is one way that we go against the will of the community. And I'm not saying that, we listen to everything the committee says, but in this instance, I feel like this is one of those instances we really got to listen to the voice of the community.
And I apologize. If the board really wants two options, we can absolutely do that. I don't think that is an unheard of request. I was just suggesting, in my experience, it has been problematic when we're talking about individuals and like that in this situation. But I totally understand if y'all want two choices or a number, we can definitely work with a committee to do that. I think the idea was just having a vetting mechanism that was local in the community where the school was to bring forth a recommendation. I am also open to just running the same process we have if that's what the will of the board is.
This one is tricky because normally I would say I'd like to have options. My fear is exactly what Corey mentioned. I've sat through so many of these meetings where, I think of one where our community had just lost someone and there was a lot of pain and a lot of students at that meeting. And when I would be very hesitant to do any type of ranking from that community because that's your mom, that's your dad, that's your child, and to rank like the value, I know we're not doing that. We're not ranking them. We're not valuing them.
It is a bad idea, but I'm just trying to figure out how to get.
No, I know what you're saying, and I know that's not what we're doing, but the way it looks on paper and the way it's talked about, they're people.
Sure.
It's one thing if we said no people and it was just like, name Running Brushy or River Place Elementary and things like that. There's not so much emotion connected to it.
Right.
But when there might possibly be names of people, I also think when it comes to the board, if you have multiple names, then it's still this process that happens of who do we value more, whatever. And I know that's not what we're doing, but that's why I do like the idea of the community, the people that live in that community, bringing us a name and saying, this is what this community group has come to, and this is something that they would be excited about, and this is something that would make them happy. And I think all of those conversations could happen in the community rather than publicly in a large space where emotions and people get involved and people get feelings hurt. And we've seen that time and time again, and that's my concern.
So I noticed on here, Corey, you when we're going to solicit names, you're going to create and share a digital form to collect options. Is that something we as board members could get it, once that form is complete? Again, if I'm overstepping my bounds, let me know. Once that form is complete, that we get an idea of what was submitted? I mean, name-wise?
It would be an open record, so yes, anybody could ask for that. And yes, we could make that available to the board.
I mean, that's an option.
I would suggest if the board had some parameters, we do that in the charter and set it in that regard. So if the board decided you wanted to set some parameters that aren't in policy just for this specific project, we would adjust those and put those in the charter that y'all would approve. And then if you wanted to tackle it as a policy later on, it could be policy for all naming, but we could just take it project by project. And that was the idea behind having a document that says this is how this committee is going to operate within this framework.
I think one of my concerns is that we've all seen the tension and the challenges that can arise from this process. I don't know that having this committee necessarily changes that. It just changes the venue. those same difficult conversations will still happen. They'll just happen in this committee. And I'm not sure how I feel about that, right? I think that's part of the reason why this has been handled at the board level historically. That's not to say that I don't want community input. I think we all do. The question is how to do that without effectively making our problem the committee's problem. And so I'm worried about passing the buck to them in terms of dealing with difficult decisions and the inevitable weighing, right?
Well, and from history, we've seen it sometimes where we get a name and we know something about the background or something that happened that maybe somebody else might not have. And so it's how do we blend? Because I think what I like about this process is we're getting that community involvement. We really haven't had it at this depth of level before. I think that is vital and important. But how do you also not change board roles? Well, how do you collaborate the two? And I get it, it might be a little hard and messy. I'm sorry, yeah, rank is not a good word. We're not gonna rank people. That's terrible wording. That's not what we wanna do. I guess the wording would be like, do you see votes? But even that would be problematic. But I do think as a board, just getting one name does not do that coordination piece that we were trying to see with this. So I would say, and I don't want to hinder the committee and go, well, if y'all have 3 names you want to bring, you can't. You've got to solve X, Y, Z. So maybe we can just say bring more than 1 name. So it could be 2. It could be more. I mean, I don't know how we could do it, but something that whatever language allows us to do the board work for where we're at, but really partners with that community and the committee and really kind of lets them have some of that as well. And I know I get it. It's a hard decision as well. And so that's why you kind of have that, you still have that board in our local policy. So we're just blending together. So any thoughts on that, Corey?
I feel like I'm going to pull a Dr. Bentz and make a suggestion from the dais that I hadn't thought of at 12:30, and he does this frequently. An idea could be maybe the committee could submit multiple options, but only one per category that's outlined in CW. So maybe the committee, if they so choose, could bring, or we could put in the charter, they bring at least 2, but they can only bring 1 in each of these bullet points. So that way you wouldn't have 2 local individuals competing against each other. I know that's not how it's intended to be, but that's sometimes how it looks in these situations.
And Corey, if y'all start doing there and you feel like, well, gosh, now that I'm in here and I see how clearly we should have done this charter and we need to do some kind of change because it's clearly from the committee, you'll come back and talk to us.
Absolutely.
All right, board members, any other questions? All right, we need to move on to operations 8C3 and 8C4, but we need to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, board members, we are back from break, and we are on item 8C3, review of the guaranteed maximum price number 3 for elementary number 29.
Good morning, board members. Oh boy. This GMP number 3 is for, of course, for elementary 29. It's dealing with expediting the construction to try to get the building where we can get in July. And so this is just going to move it up into the July, early July. The site permit took an extremely long time to get approved, which just, something happened, and so, because we just built Palmer Ridge, and so it's really, something changed at the city, and we're trying to work on that, but it's where we are, and so we need to try to expedite it so we don't get the building in late July, August 1st, and so that won't work. So we're trying to move it up and expedite as much as we can. And there's no guarantee that this money will all be spent. It's just, if we find an opportunity, we've got to be able to move and get that, take advantage of it. So that's what this is, allow us to do that.
And this is a discussion item for this meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Just a clarification. What are we expediting exactly, or is the answer we don't know yet, but we may need some funds to speed up some slowed down steps?
We don't have all the definite areas. The one area we're trying is in the slab work, trying to do larger pours, reduce the number of pours, and then once we get those and we start getting walls stood up, try to expedite the mechanical, electrical type work. It's just, there's so many variables because of all the shortages in getting supplies in. You might be able to get the labor, but your parts might not be here. And so it's a lot of coordination where if we know we have the money, then we can start coordinating with all the subs, trying to shrink that schedule down. And it's all will be documented, of course. If it's an allowance item, they have to document and track all that.
All right, any other questions? All right, well, Jimmy, don't go anywhere. You get to wrap us up before we go to closed. Item 8C4, general construction update.
Well, I was going to say we could take a field trip out to elementary 29. Here, they're going to be starting a concrete pour here in 26 minutes. And so
you should see my HOA page about that.
Yes. And they'll be starting to get it all set up. The actual trucks will start showing up at 2:30. They've been doing the piers and beams pours right now, which they're concrete, but nothing like what they're doing now. This one's going to be about 54 trucks of concrete being delivered to the school. And so it's a large pour. It's the NPR and a large portion of the cafeteria all in one. It's about 54,000 square feet. So it's a large pour, but they're trying to make them a little larger. And that's why we push it to the middle of the night, because when you have 54 trucks and you're making a pour, if you start and you are in the rush hour traffic, high probability those trucks are going to get delayed and you could lose some of your concrete. So it's very, critical that we get complete pours, and then even starting this already, it's going to be probably 3 or 4 tomorrow afternoon before they finish it. Actually do the last finish of the concrete. So it's a long process, but we try to minimize all the noise, of course, and we communicate with the HOA as much as we can to let the neighborhood know we're going to be doing it. So a lot of work going on. And if you've been out there, the bottom picture of the drill rigs, that's what we call the spaghetti, straps that come out of the ground, just little pieces of black pipe. They were doing all the drills for the geothermal loop wells, and we actually had 8 drill rigs out there. So they're trying to get that done so I can get in parking lots, and because it's a tight site, so they're trying to get those in. Okay, Vista Ridge, just like last time, we're pushing for the winter break holiday period to get that finished. And here's the last schedule of all the 2017 bond. And that's it. Very short and sweet.
All right, discussion? All right, Jimmy, thank you so much. Board members, get ready. We're going to closed session. It's 12:36, our final closed session for the evening. For purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consider employment of elementary number 29 principal. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consider of employment of area superintendent. Community board members, remember there is no action in closed. We will be coming out for any motions. Board members, it is 1:03 a.m. Congratulations, you got to this part of the meeting. Do we have any motions from closed?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Laura Lebe Maginoff for principal at Elementary Campus 29, one-year term employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-22 school year.
A second.
I have a motion from Anna and a second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
A second.
I have a motion from Anna, a second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Board members, thank you very much. There is no further business before the board at this time, so we will now adjourn at 1:04 a.m. Thank you.